Weights have been lifted. Sprints have been run. Preparation for today's game is history. It's time to get it done. You're listening on MichiganSportsRadio.com.
It's award season, and we're not just talking about the Grammys. We've got scholarships for student athletes and the highest MHSAA honor for an AD from the UP. I'm John Ross, and this is This Week in High School Sports, powered by Michigan Student Aid. We are into February, which means the announcing of the MHSAA Farm Bureau Insurance Scholar Athlete Award winners. For the last 35 years, Farm Bureau has been awarding scholarships to student athletes, this year awarding $2,000 each to 32 winners. This week, the first 10 winners have been announced, with those 10 coming from Class C and D schools. The remaining 22 winners will be announced over the next 2 weeks. More than 1,600 students applied for the awards. To be eligible, a student must have earned at least one letter in a varsity sport sponsored by the MHSAA, carry at least a 3.5 grade point average, write an essay on the importance of sportsmanship, and show active participation in other school and community activities. Log on to MHSAA.com to see a write-up of each of the winners. A bio, college plans, and a quote from their essay are all available. Each of the 32 scholarship recipients will be honored on March 16th during the MHSAA Boys Basketball Finals at the Breslin Center on the campus of Michigan State University. In 35 years of this program, Farm Bureau has awarded more than $1 million to MHSAA student athletes. It's time for Game Balls, when we highlight a trio of standout performances from the past week. First, Ethan and Landon Moreland of Three Rivers. The wrestlers helped the Wildcats to their first Wolverine Conference championship since 2004. Ethan took first at 126 pounds, Landon at 150 pounds. To Mason's Kaysen Carswell, he scored 15 in a win over St. John's. The win was the Bulldogs' 9th straight and gave them at least a share of the CAAC Red title, their first back-to-back league titles since 1963. And Cadillac's Annalie Wallace. She finished first in both slalom and giant slalom. Yes, there is downhill skiing going on despite the warm temps, as Cadillac won both the girls' and boys' side of the Cadillac Invite.
For high school seniors, the matchup of the year isn't on the field. It's actually online. That's right. When you fill out the FAFSA, the free application for federal student aid, you could also be eligible for thousands of dollars in additional money from the Michigan Achievement Scholarship. Yep, nearly 80% of students who fill out the FAFSA may be eligible. Now that's a matchup we can all root for. Get started today at michigan.gov/achievement. The Michigan Achievement Scholarship. It's a game changer.
Our weekly Be the Referee feature takes a look at the fine art of officiating with registered official Paige Winnie.
The three most common penalties in high school hockey are tripping, slashing, and hooking. What's the difference between them? It's pretty self-explanatory. Tripping is when a player uses their stick to make another player fall. Slashing is when a player swings their stick at another player, whether contact is made or not. And hooking is using your stick to slow an opponent down, usually the puck handler. Hooking differs from holding in that hooking involves the use of the stick to slow an opponent down, while holding is done with the hands. All of these penalties, tripping, slashing, hooking, and holding, will result in at least 2 minutes in the penalty box.
Thanks, Paige. Now more than ever, we need officials. If you're interested, please go to the MHSAA website now to register. While we're talking about awards, the recipient of the 2024 Charles Forsyth Lifetime Achievement Award is Calumet's Sean Jacques. Jacques graduated from Calumet before returning to serve in a variety of roles. He was a teacher, assistant principal, and athletic director for the Copper Kings, and is currently an instructor for the Upper Peninsula Virtual Academy. During his tenure as AD, Calumet added numerous sports and athletic Hall of Fame, and he led facilities upgrades across campus. In 2016, Calumet became the only UP school to earn the prestigious Michigan Exemplary Athletic Program honor from the Michigan Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association. Jacques was named Regional AD of the Year in 2013 and 2016, and UP AD of the Year in 2019. The Forsyth Award is in its 47th year, and it goes to individuals with outstanding contributions to interscholastic athletics at the local, regional, and statewide levels. He will be honored during the MHSAA Girls Basketball Finals on March 23rd at the Breslin Center. For more on Jacques and to see a list of past winners, please visit MHSAA.com. You've been listening to This Week in High School Sports, powered by Michigan Student Aid, a production of the MHSAA Network. Thanks for joining us. I'm John Ross, and we'll be back next week.
Nevs, back right nearest 4. Cam right nearest with 2. Turns to win. Yes! Cam right nearest. Grandville wins! DeBoer regathers, takes it to the front of the net, and skies one behind Louiselle, and scores 2-1 Granville. Hello everyone, and welcome to the Breslin Center and game night on Michigan Sports Radio. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer with you here. With their intensity, what a move by Wade to the corner, DeYoung, another one! Bobo skips the right corner to Watson, catch and shoot 3, splash! Muskegon has taken the lead, 47-46. Justin Watson, another triple. He has 9, 138 in the third, and a big red lead. By Baker, they'll fling it to Steffen. Aldering to the basket. Merritt Aldering cocks it back, jams it, timeout, Covenant Christian. And welcome to Vanderslice Gymnasium, and welcome to MGN on Michigan Sports Radio. Nate Dreyer and Chandler Timmer with you here tonight for the Rivalry and a triple header of Rivalry coverage here this evening on MGN. What a night it's going to be. The girls contest at about 5:30 after this JV game that you see on the floor right now. We'll have a little bit of coverage as well coming up of the unified game, the Special Olympics unified game between both Grandville and Rockford, which is always so much fun. So we'll have some video on that. We'll have a little bit of commentary as well as we're efforting to put some different things together for that. So that always is fun. And then a boys game that truly is going to be very critical when you look back at the end of the year and the hunt for the OK Red. CT, your first thoughts? It's Grandville Rockford, and obviously it's also the Cancer Awareness Night. We're expecting a packed crowd. I think this is going to go down as kind of the night of the year, I think, for MGN's regular season coverage at least.
For sure, a really big night, 3 big games, all for different reasons, and I think early on you got a girls matchup where you got a really talented Rockford team, and the Granville girls going to have an opportunity to measure themselves against one of the best teams in the area, for sure one of the best teams in the OK Red, and have an opportunity to try to do something special there. And of course the unified game in between, always a fun opportunity to watch those players go out there and be able to compete between. And then of course the boys game going to be a huge part in deciding the OK Red, or Rockford team that's on a roll, Grandville team that's playing some of their best basketball. So it's going to be a strong night all the way around.
And you have a Rockford teams in both their boys and their girls that control their own destiny right now in the OK Red. After East Kentwood lost to West Ottawa, the Rockford girls now back drawn even, actually technically a half game up over East Kentwood with one less game to go down the stretch. But you have that with the girls game. The girls team, of course, Rockford now has won 12 in a row on the boys' side. They're rolling as well as anyone. But also Grandville on the boys' side, despite the tough win when it came down to it on Tuesday against West Ottawa. The Bulldogs playing very well as well. And it's really a clash of styles. Rockford's offense is rolling 60, 70 points per game over the last couple of weeks. Grandville's defense, the only time they've allowed north of 60 points all year was the first time around against Rockford. So a real clash of styles as we get into that boys game later on tonight for sure. And a lot that we still are going to get to here on our Centennial Securities pregame show. Do not go anywhere. We're going to step aside. Be right back here on game night.
We are Centennial Securities,
an independent firm with a team of committed professionals
who strive to exceed our clients' expectations by giving outstanding service.
We're proud to be part of our community where we live and work.
You can feel confident choosing Farmers, which means a black cat doesn't always spell bad news.
What about a gang of them?
Actually, a group of cats is called a clouder. Isn't that right, tough guy?
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
MGN, here's the drive. I am Chandler 2.
Oh, wow.
We're going to leave this in.
All right.
This is staying in the show. He is Chandler Timmer. I am Nate Dreyer. This is what happens when you work together for 6 years. The names are one.
We're just one, yeah.
Chandler Timmer, Nate Dreyer. Chandler Timmer, Nate Dreyer. Michigan game night, tailgate report. We clearly have to stop talking. I do at least. I will see you all. I see you too. Friday night, Grandville, Wyoming. I think 6:30. We're on the air for that. Goodbye.
You like cartoons? This has our logo on the front, on the back. The Bulldogs, the biggest games, the best teams. That's our tagline because we do all of that, even though it makes some people mad.
So I'm glad to see that after Tuckus came and went, that. Why are you laughing?
I don't know.
That things are still on track there. God. Jennison. Things that stand out. Davison is going to kick everyone's. Bleep that. All right, welcome back, everyone, to the Scott Bates Farmers Insurance Agency pregame show. And he has returned. He's still on the beach. We've been bugging him about it all week long, but Chandler Timmer joins me here on the Bates Agency pregame show. CT, you seem to be doing better than the rest of us.
Yeah, I know, it's pretty nice down here. I kind of like covering basketball this way.
I'm sure you do.
Looking to this moving forward.
I can't blame you one bit. All right.
Let's talk a little bit more about Forest Hill Central because when you... Waylon Haney just hit a half-court buzzer beater to win the game. At the buzzer, the JV game. Grandville wins 55-52.
Rather than just always relying on one player.
Yeah, Scott Bates Agency pregame show continues here on game night on Michigan Sports Radio. CT, I think the next thing that you have to mention most notably in this contest is break me every time still. Every single time that happens, it gets me. The winners still go to the Heartland student section last year at the Breslin Center. Those guys win every time. Season. And we'll wrap up our broadcast with the Heinz Orthodontics smile of the game. Grown at that point guard position. Tough backcourt in general. Getting to some of those other pieces that we have out there. After 3 years, it finally almost came down on me. Good catch. I don't know what kid caught that, but that was a good catch. But regardless, a tough back. Do you have any comments on the trolls?
No. I mean, I'm with you.
You're friends with the trolls? You are a troll?
Well, I have troll tendencies potentially when it comes to egging you on, I guess. But
your flight's at 5, or your?
Yeah, the flight out of Panama City is like at 5, and we don't get home till like midnight. So
that sucks. So you're actually, that was a lie. You're not going to be tuning in.
Yeah, no. If I'm at the airport at that time, I will be. But I'm likely missing most of it.
Okay.
We are Centennial Securities,
an independent firm with a team of committed professionals
who strive to exceed our clients' expectations by giving outstanding service.
We're proud to be part of our community where we live and work.
Upgrade to Music Jams Premium to get uninterrupted listening on all your favorite tunes. Click here to start your 7-day free trial.
If it's important, it's not worth compromising. Which is why with Farmers, you don't have to compromise quality to get great savings on your insurance. I got this.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Welcome back, everyone, to Grandville. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer with you here on MGN on Michigan Sports Rivalry. Game night. It is rivalry night. Grandville and Rockford here tonight, CT. We open up on the girls' side this evening, and let's take a look to begin things on the girls' side by having a look at the standings right now in the OK Red coming in to this evening. Rockford leading the way right now, 8-1 mark on the year over East Kentwood, who does have the head-to-head right behind them, but East Kentwood at 7-1 just following behind that. Of course, Rockford here tonight, and then East Kentwood taking on Hudsonville in a critical matchup in that one. Grand Haven, West Ottawa, Hudsonville, and then Grandville sitting at 2-7. Of course, the Bulldogs with tough losses, tight losses to the two teams immediately above them, West Ottawa and Hudsonville, in some of their past games. And really, you look at this, Chandler, Grandville playing some of their best basketball of the season. We'll kind of start with the Bulldog girls in that regard. This really has been one of their best stretches of basketball. You know, I think when you look at Mike Van Hecken and the style of play that he wants to bring as a first-year head coach of this team, I think it's going to be defense, and it's going to be something that's kind of building something sustainable for the Bulldogs moving on ahead. And there have been a couple losses in there. Of course, the tough loss West Ottawa, tough loss Hudsonville, like I mentioned, but 2 wins the week before. This team's starting to put together the pieces, I think, especially on their own end of the floor, of some of what this team wants to look like. Of course, very difficult to build something when you're playing the OK Red.
Yeah, for sure. I think it always takes time, more often than not, when you got a new coaching staff and some new systems coming in and starting to see some better basketball from the Bulldogs. And as you mentioned, 2 wins in their last 5 games, close West Ottawa loss in there as well. And so you're starting to see some more competitive basketball, putting together some complete games where either able to win or keep themselves in it against some quality opponents, teams that are above them in the standings in the OK Red. And it's always positive to see growth throughout your team throughout the course of the season, even though the record, it's not a winning record for the girls Bulldogs, but playing some better basketball down the stretch. And, of course, that's what you want as you get closer to March and the postseason. And can have a big test with the Rams tonight to see just how far they've improved from the last time they played.
On the other side of things, there, of course, is the Rockford girls. 16-1 on the year, that loss coming to East Kentwood, and that loss snapped a 33-game win streak. They went to the Breslin 2 years ago. They won the state championship last year. They certainly returned a lot of those pieces and are ready to go and be a state championship team again this year. This is a team for Coach Wilson. The other thing that is highly interesting when you look at this roster is you're talking about a team with just 2 seniors, and you're talking about a team that is majority underclassmen, and yet they still have retooled and kept it going as maybe the best team in the state. This is the preeminent girls basketball program in the state of Michigan. I don't know if it's particularly close right now.
Yeah, no, they've been dominant for the last couple years, the state title in there, and just so much experience. And as you said, underclassmen, we got a lot of pieces that are going to be coming back from next year even yet, so we'll see what they're able to accomplish this season, but a realistic chance to be right back in the exact same spot next year. And you're starting to look at a 3-year window where they're one of the best teams in the state right there and going to have a chance to achieve all their goals that they've got in front of them, and that's impressive. Not a lot of teams in the area can say that.
And they do it on both ends of the floor. They score nearly 60 points per game. They give up 35 points a game. Incredible defensively. They trap you in the full court. They'll slow you down in the half court as well. Just every sign of an incredibly well coached team. Looking at the defensive end of the floor, because that's what we talked about with the Grandville girls. For Rockford, they've allowed sub 40 in 7 of 9 conference games this year. Sub 30 points. Sub 30 in 4 of 9. Again, this is a team where if you get it over the half court line, then good luck getting up a good look. They are that good defensively. They're filled with great athletes. They play a lot of guards, a lot of wings. Everyone can play inside and out. It's a team, again, when we're talking about the tallest of tasks to pull off the upset, not why it was that much more impressive that East Kentwood did beat them. This team is that good despite some of the youth that they have.
Yeah, they do a tremendous job on both ends of the floor. I think they've got a good mix of depth. They've got some players with speed that can get up and down the floor, can really defend, get in your face and defend the ball. But they've also got some size to go along with it. So there's not really an obvious area, a weakness on this team, and that's what makes it difficult for opposing teams to come up with what they're going to do to try to beat this Rams team. Because you try to get them, you try to get out and move a little bit. They've got speed to do that. You try to execute in the half court. They've got players that can defend there. They've got some players that can defend in the post as well, and so just difficult to score at all against them. And of course, they've got plenty of scores on their own end on the offensive side to put up points, so you start to see where some big differential in the points come.
Yeah, by the way, Grace Lyons, the all-time leading scorer in the history of the program. So, that goes to show a little bit the kind of scoring that they have. We're going to be about 10 minutes or so behind here this evening. We've got 6 seconds left in the JV game. It is going to be a 10-point Rockford win. It looks like for the Rockford JV boys to open up the evening here. And then, the triple header coming. So we'll have girls coverage. The unified coverage, we will have at minimum a camera on. We'll have a little bit of commentary thrown as well, but also like to have the sounds of the arena and everything. Always a fun moment. This is something I like the way they do it, because so the difference, the unified basketball versus what you may consider the normal Special Olympics tournament basketball, is you have other students helping. So you have even kind of Coach Stiegel, of course, is the Grandville head football coach, is a special education teacher himself and so involved in this program. So you'll see some Grandville football players and other things that are out there helping out and a part of this. So we'll have that in between. That always fires the crowd up enough. And then we'll get into a rivalry game that, if Tuesday night has any indication of where the tempers might be tonight, we're in for something insane. That's all I can really say about that. We're going to step aside quickly here on the Centennial Securities pregame show. When we come back, we'll have more to break down from this girls' contest as we get ready to get things underway in about 20 minutes. Grandville Rockford girls open up a triple header here on a Rivalry Friday night from Vanderslice.
Was founded based on the belief that the interests of our clients must always come first.
We listen and understand your objectives before making a recommendation.
We customize the portfolio of investments to fit your goals.
It is our commitment to provide a strong line of communication.
Our services include family wealth management, saving for retirement, and estate planning and trust services.
Getting started is as easy as picking up the phone. After all, when everything is said and done, isn't it about time?
It's the final game, folks. This one wins the series.
Struck out with the cheap seats? Important things aren't worth compromising. At Farmers, we offer both quality insurance and great savings. Here, take mine.
We are Farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Bullhouse rips it out. Here we go. Miles Steffen to run the first attack here. And a couple of points on that possession. Doesn't get it. Physical game early. Slow down. The game gets slopped up. And it winds up being an all-time classic. I expect nothing short of that tonight again.
Yeah, I think so.
Neves, corner, got one. And a timeout from Vanderslice Gymnasium. Centennial Securities pregame show. Let's take a look. Best thing to say about it, really fun contest. Bulldogs will get it out of the break right here with 53 seconds to go. Hey everyone, Nate from Michigan Game Night. If you haven't already, make sure to check out the end. Going by DeYoung of the Bulldogs. DeYoung for Regneris, free throw line. Turns the back, left wing, Wade, triple try, splash! What a couple of moments and possessions for the Bulldog freshman. Timeout from Coach Riddell. Unbelievable. Here for Reynolds, second free throw, the right hand overhead motion is good for Caden Neves. Really terrific game for him. He's now got 10 of Grandville's 26 and a 6-point lead for the Bulldogs. wing, Sorokin. Sorokin bounding into the lane, left corner DeYoung, all alone, triple splash right down the hatch, absolutely pure for Jackson DeYoung. Grandville by 9. It is good for Caden Neves. Really terrific game for him. He's now got 10 of Grandville's 26 and a 6-point lead for the Bulldogs. We'll go to highlights to start in the first half with the Neves dunk and then a couple more that we'll follow that up with. He's all alone, drives the basket, jams it, and one! He's fouled through the dunk. Caden Neves finishing strong with the right hand, has a chance for one more.
You can feel confident.
We are Centennial Securities,
an independent firm with a team of committed professionals
who strive to exceed our clients' expectations by giving outstanding service.
We're proud to be part of our community where we live and work.
You can feel confident choosing Farmers, which means a black cat doesn't always spell bad news.
What about a gang of them?
Actually, a group of cats is called a clouder. Isn't that right, tough guy?
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Welcome back, everyone. Vanderslice Gymnasium, Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer. About 15 minutes till we're tipping off the evening here on MGN. It's Rockford and Grandville in the rivalry here on game night on Michigan Sports Radio. Packed evening of activity on MSR if you're tuned in through there, or if you're tuned in through the Michigan Game Night YouTube page. You can keep here all evening long for girls unified and boys coverage. A triple header on MGN here as Coach Van Hecken and Coach Wilson have their respective squads going through warm-ups and getting ready and getting a little bit closer to tip off here tonight. Take a look at some of the keys to watch in this game. Guard play is always such a huge factor, Chandler. We know that when a team takes on this Rockford girls team, because they're loaded in the backcourt. Anna Wypitch, the junior, and everyone I'm about to mention has championship credentials already as well. But Anna Wypitch, the terrific junior, Sienna Wolf, the sophomore that came up kind of a guard and a wing player. Grace Lyons, the 4-year starter, senior, the all-time leading scorer for Rockford, and the list goes on. Ryan Whitford on the wing, and so on and so forth, and into the depth as well. This is a team that can throw guards at you. So then what can Grandville do? Well, they're coming off against West Ottawa, probably the best game that their backcourt's had all year. Gracie Rakowski had 15 points. How about Allison Dowlett going for 17 and 5 threes? It's going to take that kind of offensive, hot shooting performance, as well as that sort of guard-led performance in terms of not turning the ball over, not making mistakes. That's going to be so critical for Grandville tonight if they're going to have any chance of pulling the upset, maybe of the year.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge with the talent, the star players that the Rams have at the guard position, as well as the depth. But it's been some good basketball by the backcourt for the Bulldogs. Of course, Gracie Rakowski's been a leader and ball handler for this team now for a couple years, and that's pretty well known, and she kind of understands the meaning of playing against the Rams. But as you mentioned, the play of Dallett recently, providing a shooting touch, seen her role grow a little bit and helping out in the scoring and on both ends of the floor as well. And so I think you start to look at some more of the guards there, along with Rakowski, Dallett, Richardson, who's also had some games scoring the basketball. If they can have a game here tonight and all three of those players can kind of get some stuff going. If you can get some help for Rakowski, you can try to challenge some of the guards for the Rams.
On the flip side, there's a real X factor, I think, to look at for Grandville in terms of their not necessarily size advantage, but maybe their style advantage along with individual pieces up front. And again, not advantage when you're taking on the top team probably in the state of Michigan, but Grandville does bring Mia DeVries, a 6-foot junior in the post that plays a more traditional post game. We saw her pick up a lot of rebounds against West Ottawa, a little bit shorter team, in terms of the 3 and the 4 West Ottawa versus what Grandville had. I think that's going to be interesting. Is is there also an advantage for Grandville in terms of their style? They're likely going to want to be slower, be controlled tonight, and is there something in the post in terms of a rebounding and maybe even some post touches and post scoring advantage that Grandville might be able to roll with? Because Rockford is very guard and wing oriented. Now that's because their style of play is 5 out and up and down in full court defense. But if you're able to force a half court game, that might be one of Grandville's best chances to try to slop the game up and change it up, is utilizing the post and size with DeVries and company.
Yeah, games where they've been able to slow things down a little bit and avoid some pressures and traps, they've been able to execute in the half court and get the ball to DeVries. They've got some nice sets where they can get her the ball down low and let her go to work, and she's got that height and the size down low to make that effective. The problem's been against some of the topper teams in the OK Red, where you're having issues getting into the half court, either turning the basketball over, you're sped up, going a little bit more quickly. Then they've had some issues being able to get things set up and force the ball down to DeVries and let her go to work, and that's going to be the challenge here tonight. If you can break some of the pressures of the Rams and get into your half court and get your offense to grind a little bit, then you can work the ball down low, and DeVries is going to have a chance to have an impact on this game.
Another look at the standings coming into this evening. Again, Rockford and East Kentwood each controlling their own destiny right now, with Grand Haven and West Ottawa tied just back of them, and then the rest of the pack that follows becomes that much more important. You know, we always talk about, especially on the boys' side where there's so much depth. Well, the same can be said, I guess, in terms of the depth of talent on the girls' side. But in the OK Red, it becomes extra critical to not drop those games that are the road rivalry games, the contests where you have to keep pace. And it really looks like East Kentwood and Rockford right now are on this collision course where they both are going to have to win out, and it's going to turn to a winner-take-all game when they do see each other next time around.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're going to be meeting up a week from tonight will be the Rockford-East Kentwood game. And so I think, we saw it on the boys' side on Tuesday night against West Ottawa. Anything can happen in the OK Red. Yeah. Some teams that are lower in the standings, if you overlook them by too much, they can sneak up and get you. And before you know it, suddenly that game, you're fighting from behind instead of having a chance to win it if you win that one. And so it just shows the importance. Every game is equally as important in terms of the standings. You got to have them all. And so the Rams, they've got the better record, but they've also got some pressure that they need to win out. So this game's important to them as well in order for that East Kentwood game to mean as much.
Yeah, I thought I knew what every game matters and every game anything can happen in the OK Red until Tuesday night when well and truly everything happened. It wasn't just that the result, it wasn't just the way that game finished. It was that truly everything possible from start to finish in that game happened. Whenever you have a game that starts with a clerical technical foul, things just go from there, and that's exactly what happened throughout the evening. Talk about the boys' side of things. Let's take a look at the boys' standings coming in tonight. Rockford, again, the top of the pack on both sides in girls and boys play. East Kentwood following right up, and you see Grandville right behind East Kentwood. So certainly with East Kentwood and Hudsonville playing each other tonight, especially on the boys' side, there is a chance we may look back at the end of the night and either things have extra solidified where we are. It could either be that East Kentwood and Rockford are fully in a two-horse race, or if things go in a way that Hudsonville wins and Grandville wins, or especially if Grandville wins in either case, we could have a 3-4 horse race and this thing completely wide open. And it really comes down to what happens on this floor. What happens in East Kentwood's big, too, in terms of is it East Kentwood sticking their nose right in there, is it Hudsonville rejoining the fray? What happens here tonight, the top of this conference heat could turn into a 2-week wild dash with a lot of head-to-heads left.
Yeah, there's a lot of big games left, but one of the biggest ones on the schedule, possibility of impact on the OK Red and where teams are going to go, has to be here tonight. I think Rockford, of course, already established himself at the top there and trying to run through the perfect OK Red, but Grandville's kept himself close enough. The 2 losses to East Kentwood into Rockford within striking distance that if they can get Rockford, split the 2-game set between the two teams, they're right there. That now you're talking about if one of the other teams, East Kentwood, Rockford, beat each other up, or you get an upset in there somewhere as well, you're going to have multiple teams right within striking distance to try to tie or take the OK Red lead.
Absolutely. It's going to be a terrific night. Warm-ups continuing here, and we are going to quick step aside and be right back here from Vanderslice Gym. A lot more to get to. Grandville, Rockford. It's the rivalry. It's a triple header on MGN.
The 10 winners of the Nobel Peace Prize or the last 5 Miss Americas, the point is the applause dies and the achievements are forgotten. But can you name 3 friends who helped you through tough times or teachers who encouraged you in school? We remember those who make a difference in our lives. I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. What matters to us are the personal relationships we have with our clients, helping them build a secure financial future. As a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Hey everyone, Nate from Michigan Game Night. If you haven't already, make sure to check out the MGN shop. You can find it through MichiganGameNight.com or the Michigan Game Night page on Michigan Sports Radio. Click on the Buy MGN Merch button or tab on either page and find your way on over. You can check out a store that has hats, beanies, sweatshirts, t-shirts, water bottles, and everything in between, from just simple MGN logo designs to playoff featured designs, designs with famous calls and moments from MGN, and much, much more. Make sure you check out the MGN shop through MichiganGameNight.com or MichiganSportsRadio.com/MGN.
Can you identify your number one personal trait? The thing that you do better than most others? If not, this may be a good time to think this through. If you're really good at writing, then why use the phone? If you're great on the phone, why use email? If you have exceptional human relation skills, why sit back and let others lead? I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities Company. Playing to our strengths is something we do very well at Centennial. And if you're already a customer, you know what I mean. If not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
We are Centennial Securities,
an independent firm with a team of committed professionals
who strive to exceed our clients' expectations by giving outstanding service.
We're proud to be part of our community where we live and work.
Upgrade to Music Jam's Premium to get uninterrupted listening on all your favorite tunes. Click here to start your 7-day free trial.
If it's important, it's not worth compromising. Which is why with Farmers, you don't have to compromise quality to get great savings on your insurance. I got this.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Welcome back, everyone, to Vanderslice Gymnasium. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer. It is Rockford, Grandville tonight. The triple header of coverage. Girls unified and boys. And the girls tipping us off in just about 4 minutes here from Vanderslice Gymnasium. Again, we would like to pre-thank the Grandville AV class. Here's a look at it. We will be tipping into their coverage for both the girls and the boys game this evening in terms of their great cameras and their great coverage. So, as always, we thank everyone over at Grandville AV for helping get us hooked up to their terrific feed. Those kids do an absolutely incredible job with their coverage. So we're very thankful to them for being able to utilize a little bit of their coverage and their look. Welcome back into the broadcast booth here at Vanderslice Gymnasium. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer. I had CT about 3 minutes ago till we get this underway. And again, it's the dichotomy. This one's clear. It's a Rockford team that is at the absolute top of the mountain, and they've proven it. They are the reigning state champions. They have a young roster that appear ready to win or at least go back to the Breslin Center again in a state championship scenario. And then a Grandville team who's kind of resetting. First-year head coach Mike Van Hecken. They're starting to play better. They're starting to put some of those pieces together. You know, it'd be the ultimate upset tonight. A 4-11 team versus the 16-1 team on the other side. But I think regardless, it's going to mostly be a game for Grandville looking at, okay, here's the good guard play, the shooting. Here's some of what we did well rebounding, especially Tuesday against West Ottawa, a game against a top at 10 at points this season team. They kept it close. They led for 3 quarters in that one. It's really more of a statement tonight for Grandville of let's match up against what is the peak of the state. Where are we at? what can we do in terms of our backcourt to match some of the things that the best backcourt, arguably, along with West Bloomfield in the state, brings to the table. That it's a little bit of a sliding scale. I know players and coaches would never say that. They would never say that there's moral victories. But from our perspective, at least watching, there certainly is a sliding scale of watching this Grandville team's development, where they were before, where they want to be.
Yeah, no doubt. I think, you've got a new coach and a new system coming in, and of course that's going to take time, and you want results right away. The coaches, the players all want that. Fans especially want that, and I think, it's easy to expect a lot of things right away, but I think you're playing some pretty good basketball. You've got a chance against one of the best teams. There's nothing wrong with, at least from the outside, saying, hey, this is a program that's been really good. They've got some really good players, really good coaching staff, and it's kind of what you're trying to build your program like and trying to compete with, and so you've got a chance to kind of match up against them and say, this is what we want to be in the future. And you've been playing some good basketball. Take your chance at it and see if you can't get your first signature win, really, and that's how you start to build a program. If you can pull off something like that, that can get some energy and some momentum behind your program pretty quickly.
I mean, Grandville came close to Hudsonville. They came close against West Otto as well, to knocking off those teams about a minute away till tip-off. One last time talking about this Rockford team, I think if you are someone maybe that hasn't watched a ton of girls basketball so far on the season, you're getting a chance to tune in tonight to see a team that they're the reigning state champs. They're looking to do it and likely are favored to do that sort of effort again. I mean, this Rockford team, Chandler, they're well coached. They're incredible defensively. They're incredible offensively. And despite their youth, they are an impressive dynamo to watch. And we're going to see that and go back to that all night long.
Yeah, I think so. I think a team that is still young in terms of where they're at as far as junior, seniors, and not a ton of senior players on this team, but I think they've played in pretty much every game there is when it comes to OK Red Rivalry game, it comes to postseason run, it comes to the state championship. They've played in every single game there is, and you're not going to find many more experienced teams of that in terms of that way.
Absolutely. All right, final 30 seconds. Thanks for tuning in, as always, to our Centennial Securities pregame show. We will head on down to the public address, where, again, it is the head coach of the Grandville Bulldogs on the gridiron, Eric Stiegel, running the PA this evening. We'll send it on down to him now. We'll take us through the national anthem and get to your starting lineups right after that. Grandville, Rockford triple header. We start with the girls, and we start right now.
Welcome to Vanderslice Gymnasium on the campus of Grandville High School for tonight's OK Red Varsity Girls Basketball Contest between the Rams of Rockford and your Grandville Bulldogs. Before we get started tonight, I would like to invite everybody to stand. Gentlemen, remove your hats. Look at the flag as we honor America with the play of the Star Spangled Banner. A senior, number 11, Grace Lyons. And junior, number 22, Ryan Whitford. The Raiders are coached by Brad Wilson. And now the start for your Grandville Bulldogs. Starting at guard,
thanks to Coach Stiegel down on the public address, ready to go for this one. 4-11 Grandville, 16-1 Rockford as we open up a triple header here on game night. Dowett, Rakowski, Perez, Gregor, DeVries start for Coach Van Hecken and the Bulldogs. Y-pitch, Wolf, Higgins, Lyons, and Whitford for Coach Wilson and the Rams. 8 minutes up on the board, and away we go. DeVries will paddle it, but the Rams will control it with Wolf, the sophomore, handing off for Anna Y-pitch, third-year starting junior. It was kind of her run up her freshman year originally that helped turbocharge the first of back-to-back runs to the state finals and to the Breslin Center for the Rams, of course, winning the state championship a year ago. Swing to the corner here on for Whitford, the junior wing. Picked up defensively there out of the zone by Perez. Swung wing now on to Grace Lyons, the all-time leading scorer for the Rockford girls basketball program. Y-pitch, across and stopping. Drives and travels as she stopped, picked up that back foot, and on the drive, Grandville will get a stop. And the Bulldogs and Gracie Rakowski go to work, CT.
And off the jump, the Bulldogs defense going to a 2-3 zone right there, forcing a long 30-plus second possession from the Rams. Eventually the travel, getting the turnover.
Some issues here against that trapping pressure, but Rakowski able to get it back and beat it to the corner. Gregor with space. The Bulldogs looking for the first lead of the game. The follow for Emma Perez hangs on the rim but will not fall, and Lyons is back the other way. Two good looks. You have to hit those kind of looks against Rockford.
Yeah, definitely not going to have a ton of opportunities with the pressure that the Rams put on you. Had a couple looks right there, corner three, and then a follow-up off the offensive board. Just couldn't cash in for the Bulldogs.
Off the jab and the drive, Sienna Wolf to the basket, and the sophomore is able to put the Rams on the board first with a good move to the rack.
The guards for the Rams also very capable in the half court. They can get some turnovers and run in the open floor, but also multiple players capable of driving to the basket.
Kind of a little 2-1-2 look out of the trap, an extended 2-3 zone as it's stolen away from Kate Higgins. A little bit of kind of the Jim Boeheim zone look out of that trapping half-court pressure for Rockford. Swung up top with Y-pitch, and that's something that Coach Wilson's team does, is as many different kinds of defensive looks that you can name, they will run them. Off the drive, Grace Lyons will go to the stripe. She had 13 points last time out against Caledonia, and like I said, just before that also became the all-time leading scorer for the Rams. Has been up and been a part of all of these great teams, all these great deep playoff runs, including the last two trips to the Breslin Center and the state championship for the senior guard Lyons, who's able to splash down the first one for Rockford.
Well, on the Bulldogs defense, as mentioned, started off in the zone. That time went man-to-man, and so right away you see Coach Van Hecken willing to pull some strings, and he's going to mix up the look, try to keep the Rams offense on their toes. Rams, though, seen just about everything there is to see, and we're prepared for it.
Wow. Lions pure with both of them. This 2-1-2 pressure extends all the way into the backcourt. On the floor, Perez able to get it over for DeVries. And Gregor kicking corner. Quick three from Dowett, right down the hatch. Allison Dowett picking right up where she left off. Had a career high 5 threes and 17 points last time out, and she's right back at it, CT.
That's big for the Bulldogs. If she can continue to shoot like that, going to really help stretch the floor for the Bulldogs, provide another scoring touch, and she's on fire right now.
Off the ball fake, triple falls short for Y-pitch, board down to Gregor and the Bulldogs, and here's that pressure in the full court right away, dealt with nicely, and over the timeline, here comes Perez with Y-pitch running in from behind to bring the pressure. You are never safe against Rockford. They will chase you down in all corners of the floor defensively. Quick trigger, Gregor splash, and Grandville takes a 6-3 lead.
It's the kind of start you need for the Bulldogs in order to try to pull the upset on your home floor, get a couple big threes early on, try to steal some energy and some momentum early on and ride that out. Rams really not fully into it. I think Gregor rushing a little bit, trying to get that one up the floor to avoid it, and ended up stepping out of bounds, or the ball hitting out of bounds as she was looking to make a move.
And with that, the Bulldogs also will call a timeout. We'll stay with you through this one. Attention all golfers, want to keep your game in shape? The leaderboard Indoor Golf has you covered with over 500 courses, a full bar, and 17 TVs. The leaderboard Indoor Golf is the perfect place to work on your game. Host events and parties and compete in leagues. Visit theleaderboardgolf.com or call 616-500-8709 to book today. Thanks as always to Centennial Securities, Farmers Insurance. You see them rotating at the bottom right-hand side of your screen on the scoreboard graphic throughout the contest. But what a start for the Bulldogs. Three-point shooting is where they've been struggling. You can tell they're getting looks. They just haven't been able to knock them down, even with some good shooters like Gregor, like Dowd, like Rakowski throughout the first part of the year. Some of those shots starting to fall now, and a couple of them falling early here.
Looks like the game plan early on is, and if the three's there, don't be afraid to take it. Gregor had one early, comes back, hits another one. Dowd hit one, and I think if they're seeing an opening, been coached by Coach Van Aken to take the open look when they've got it.
Wolf to the corner, all alone. Grace Lyons rattles out on that one. Board staying with the Rams and backing out, and a wide pitch to reset things. Third-year starter Wypitch had 16 points against Caledonia a couple games back. Triple off the mark for Wolf. Board through the hands of Higgins, and Grandville will be able to take this one back over. So the Bulldogs able to pull out a stop, and Grandville goes back to work with Rakowski and company.
Defense early on for the Bulldogs has been able to slow down the Rams enough. Got a turnover early on, and then forcing the Rams to try to really execute in their offense. Forced some shots even though they gave up the offensive rebound right there, eventually able to get the ball back.
Dowd swinging over for Rakowski. Corner, Gregor hit one already, gets fouled, and Gregor will go to the line as she got hacked on by Grace Lyons. First foul of the contest, or second foul of the contest on Rockford. It is the first foul of the contest on Rockford and the first on Lyons. And Gregor will go to the line as we near the halfway point of the first, and that first one was absolutely pure for Tessa.
You have to love the aggression by Gregor early on. Not afraid to shoot corner threes on either end of the floor. Gets an open look, takes it. He's got 4 points here in the first 4 minutes.
And exactly what Grandville's been needing out of Gregor. A little slow through the first half of the year. So, I mean, we certainly know the offensive explosion and two-way play that she can bring, and she's absolutely pure on all of them at the stripe, and it's 9-4 Grandville to start this one out. Reaching the halfway point near the quarter. Grandville out of this little modified 2-3 zone, swinging. Grace Richardson joining the defensive attack right here for the Bulldogs for her first minutes. Lyons off the stare at the basket on for Wypitch, working the perimeter Wypitch. Higgins off the baseline drive. Wypitch again. Grandville defense keeping him hemmed out, and the energy being brought from the Grandville side. Wolf, a Wypitch handing out and around for Lyons. Grandville crowd into it early in this one. Off the back and a Wypitch. Gave the ball fake and will go to the line for two. Second foul of the game on the Bulldogs as the Rams stayed patient with it on that drive. Grandville did a terrific job defending them, but eventually Wypitch is able to get inside and draw that foul against Mia DeVries.
Hearing the energy from the crowd and the bench as well. Really loving that effort from the defensively from the Bulldogs most of the way, but the Rams staying patient, eventually able to get it down low. Wypitch able to make a move, draw some contact. Rams not turning the basketball over, not making a pass that wasn't there, just running the possession out.
Mateer will check in here. Good free throw shooting for both sides so far. Wypitch is able to knock them both down, and the Rams get back within a score right here with Wypitch's first two of the game. Mateer, one of 5 sophomores that you will see a part of the rotation for this Rams team. Stolen away as Richardson had it paddled on by Grace Lyons, who will take it away for Rockford. Coach Wilson's team going to try to settle things back down a little bit right here as Grandville sets up that zone again. Wypitch thought about shooting over top of it. Lyons off the drive. Probing, poked, corner, ricochets onto Rakowski, who gets fouled. That'll be foul number 2 on Grace Lyons.
The Bulldogs forcing a pass out of the key, able to get a hand on it, and then just a loose ball situation. Rams throwing it around, probably could have been a kick ball, called in there somewhere. The Bulldogs would have got possession, but Rakowski able to get her hands on it, try to attempt to make a pass down the floor.
Foul actually will go on Higgins for her first. This starts as a little bit of a 1-3-1 defense and gets tipped out of there by Wolf. And again, it's really just an amoeba defense. It's some 2-1-2, it's some 1-3-1, it's some 2-3. You're just going to have to look at something different every time down the floor and also in the backcourt when you take on the Rams. That one gets poked out by Y-pitch. It's very difficult to make that decision as a ball handler where you want to go, because who's closing out might be completely different from last time you looked at the defense. Gregor finding Rakowski up top off the fake. Gracie will back it out. Walsh University commit on for Allison Dowett. What a game she had last time. So quick, trigger one against a couple of closing defenders, and then Richardson late will reach and pick up another foul here on the Bulldogs. On Lions, Brea Haight will check in for Coach Van Hecken as Dowett will get a rest right here and join Perez as starters on the Bulldog bench early.
Rams able to contest that three a little bit better. After giving up a couple early on, getting a hand in the face of Dell at that time, she had to double clutch it just a little bit. Probably wanted to get that shot up the first time, held on to it, and then by the time she put it up the second time, a little bit off.
Higgins stolen by Rakowski, and Rakowski will chase it all the way to the basket. Gracie, defense can't quite turn into offense. Poured down to Mateer. Rams now with pace on to Wolf, the sophomore. Hands off for Lions and back. Sienna Wolf tries the deep three. We're tied.
Sienna Wolf a couple feet beyond the arc that time. Looked like the defense really not expecting her to shoot that one, but she had lots of room and wasn't afraid to shoot well beyond the arc.
In the corner, it's staying with Grandville. Desiree Donnelly, the junior center, will come in here. Give a little more size for the Rams. The Bulldogs will bring Isabel Kincannon in at the same time off the swap for Gregor. Rakowski over for Richardson. Back Gracie, Rakowski out of her reach. Rockford takes over. A little lackadaisical there on the back and forth, trying to swing the zone, and the Bulldogs turn it over.
That's all part to what the Rams are doing defensively, not really knowing what to expect from them defensively. Forced to throw a pass there, even though it's outside the defense. You're not sure if they're going to be trying to crash those passing lanes and force an errant pass.
Bulldogs in this little modified 2-3 matchup zone. Starts as almost a 1-1-3 look. It swings over. Perez the late closeout, but it's right down the hatch again for Sienna Wolf. Back-to-back triples. Wolf already with 8 in the ball game, and the sophomores put the Rams back up 3 into the final minute 20 of the first. Perez through a pair of defenders. And on the floor, it'll be a held ball, the alternating possession. You're going to stay with the Bulldogs here with a minute 15 to go. Amazing the way the Rams can just flip the game. Not playing their best. All of a sudden, they've got so many different options offensively, but it becomes Wolf tonight. She goes out, hits back-to-back deep threes, contested threes, and just like that, they lead the ball game once again after the hot Bulldogs start. Perez able to snag that one away from the feed from Rakowski. And a blocking foul is called on Desiree Donnelly. Coach Wilson disagrees with it. Now 3 fouls on either team.
Perez trying to make a move and split between the defenders, try to attack inside the lane. Got bumped off her feet and knocked down.
Haight inbounds DeVries and back. Rakowski off the bounce, stepping back in the mid-range. Forward to DeVries, keeps the possession alive. As that got paddled out off of the Rams. I mean, early on, again, DeVries has had the size advantage in the post and has been able to snag a couple rebounds. We said that's one thing to look for, what Grandville might be able to do in some extended possessions on both ends of the floor. Rakowski around the DeVries screen up top with 55 in the first. Step back 3, Rakowski a little strong on that one. The board will evade DeVries, but actually will get tipped out last by the Rams and stay with the Bulldogs. It means 12-9 Rockford. Kind of sloppy start, I think the Rams would say on their behalf, but Grandville also kind of doing a little bit of that, keeping the game into the style that they needed. Corner, Perez. Rakowski tries the deep 3. And Rockford will regather possession after Grandville had a couple of decent looks at it, mostly created through Gracie Rakowski, who's trying to get going early on, yet to find the score sheet in this one for the Bulldog leading senior.
Able to get a couple threes up, large part due to Reese's ability to at least get a hand on the basketball force that out of bounds off the Rams and get a couple looks at it.
With space, off the mark for Y pitch, the follow for Donnelly, and she will go to the line. 4th foul of the quarter on the Bulldogs, so free throws coming up after this as well for the Rams if we do have another one. Gets whistled on Rakowski for her first. Donnelly at the stripe, junior center. A team that is very guard and wing oriented in terms of their makeup in the roster. Donnelly, their only listed center on the roster for Coach Wilson, and able to convert the first at the stripe right here. But even Donnelly as a center, I mean, they just bring athleticism at every position. That's one of the keys to what they want to be able to do defensively and offensively. 1 of 2 at the stripe. And a 4-point lead here for the Rams inside the final 25 seconds. We'll see if the Bulldogs maybe hold for the final shot. Again, it's 1-3-1 half court being shown by the Rams. They'll start to trap on Rakowski with 15. Swinging for Haight with 12. Perez on for Rakowski. 6 seconds on the clock. Y pitch and Wolf watching Rakowski. Final 2 seconds. Forced to fling it from the volleyball line at the buzzer. That just off the mark for Gracie Rakowski. That'll do it for the first. Grandville within 4 after the first. 13-9. Rockford after 1.
It's a beautiful time of year, but for many, it is also the beginning of allergy season, which means lots of sneezing, itchy, watery eyes, runny nose, constant drainage, or ear pressure. These are all allergy symptoms we regularly treat. Don't let your allergy stop you from enjoying what you love to do outdoors. We have several ear, nose, throat, and allergy specialists ready to see you. Find us online at MichiganENTallergy.com. We look forward to helping you enjoy the outdoors again.
Somebody once said life moves pretty fast, and that's exactly how we like it. Want to build something? Great. Start businesses, build bridges, raise a whole city. Future in fighting crime? Want to save lives? Do it all here. But you've got to go forward fast. Because today is now, and tomorrow is soon. And to get ahead of the game, you got to get ahead of your time. This is your future, so take it and move all of us forward.
Welcome back, everyone, to Vanderslice Gymnasium. A look at Coach Wilson getting his team ready for the second quarter. 13-9. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer. Really good start for the Bulldogs. Couple of threes from Dallett, and Gregor helped mix in offensively to put the Bulldogs in it off the start. Really all you can ask for when you take on this Rockford team is just to give yourself a chance, and you have to try to stay competitive throughout. The Rams went on their run at the end of the first to see if Grandville can counter.
Yeah, big to respond right away. You can't let the Rams get up too big here. You got to keep yourself in it. The Bulldogs able to control the first couple minutes, score some points offensively, get some turnovers. The Rams controlling the last couple minutes.
Sienna Wolf throws that one away. Wolf, the sophomore, the leading scorer in the game. She had 8 for the Rams of their 13. Grandville led by Tessa Gregor, who had a quick early 6, knocked down a 3, as well as went 3 of 3 at the stripe. Again, this 1-3-1 half-court zone out for the Rams. The pressure comes on to Dallett, and she'll lose it on to Grace Lyons. Whitford back out there for Coach Wilson. Gets washed by Tessa Gregor. Y pitch, corner, on for Whitford again. Y pitch from the corner, low driver, misses it all. The board down to DeVries. Gregor, deep triple, wing, rattles out. Board to DeVries. Stepping up in the 3, Rakowski. That one just off the mark. 2 really good looks. Dogs just not able to knock him down from deep right now.
Another nice strong rebound by DeVries to give Rakowski an open look at the top of the key. Just a little strong on both of those shots, but both really good looks that the Bulldogs will continue to take.
Y pitch off the up fake corner. Lyons has some space over top of the zone, and Grace Lyons drops that one down the hatch.
It's been the difference in the last half of the first quarter, and now the first couple minutes here in the second is the Bulldogs have started to miss a couple of the threes that they've had. Even though they've been open, the Rams have not missed. They've started to get hot from 3.
Gregor has that paddled out by Anna Y pitch. Dogs will bring Grace Richardson back in. Richardson, big part of that near Hudsonville upset for the Bulldogs. 14 points, 6 rebounds in that one. We'll see if Richardson can restart a little bit of her offense out of the wing right here. Rakowski for Richardson. Bulldogs having some more issues against the zone. Turned over. It's going to be defense into easy offense as Anna Wypich lays that one in. And right away, Coach Van Hecken has to whistle in his second timeout of the ball game. The Rams doing exactly what the Rams do best. We're going to step aside. Be right back here from Grandville.
Cornerstone University.
The professors are very open to helping whenever they can.
Academic excellence, character-driven athletics, Christ-centered community involvement.
Cornerstone has been a great opportunity for me to grow as a leader, just being able to approach people and be warm and welcoming and hospitable.
Experience it for yourself. Attend a Golden Eagle Day at Cornerstone for a taste of campus life and the chance to meet faculty and staff. To arrange a visit for your high school junior or senior, go to cornerstone.edu. Cornerstone University. Build a life that matters.
Hey everyone, welcome back. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer. 6:08 to go, second quarter on MGN here from Vanderslice Gymnasium. First of three this evening. We've got girls basketball, and we've got the terrific Special Olympics Unified game. We'll have some coverage of that as well. And wrap the game up with a boys' night here on Cancer Awareness Night at Grandville. Certainly going to be a packed house, and they'll be filing in as well because also it's the Ryan Fisher Legacy hockey game going on at pretty much the same time right now over at Georgetown. So I think you'll have a lot of the crowd trying to make both games as well throughout the evening. So it's going to be a packed house here at Grandville. Rams again out of the trapping zone in the half court. And a held ball will keep it with the Bulldogs right here as Higgins able to lock up Emma Perez. Grandville's issues with the zone since the Rams went from the 2-1-2 to the 1-3-1 have exponentially grown.
Yeah, started to see some more turnovers. The Rams forcing that, getting their offense going out from that, and then the Bulldogs forced to take some deep threes, and they just haven't been able to cash in on them. Haven't been able to work the ball much inside, outside of that.
Rakowski rocking with it for Richardson. Richardson stepping into the three. Unable to knock that one down over top of Lyons. Wolf hands off. Lyons looking for her second three of the quarter, and Lyons able to knock that one down. And the Rams stretching it a little bit right here. Wypich, or Lyons, I should say, now with 8.
There's so many players on this Rams team that can shoot the ball well and well from beyond the arc as well.
Whistling a kickball here. I mean, I highlight that with getting the wrong name right and first off the top of your head when you're just kind of like looking at and scoring in front of you, because yeah, it's so many names for Rockford, so many names that we've seen for 2-3 years as well that have scored with such effectiveness that lead the way for this Rams offense. Perez will check out here for the Bulldogs. No fouls yet in the second quarter. About 2.5 minutes in to the second frame here. Rakowski, who has not left the floor yet for the Bulldogs. Richardson. Haight, nice reaching pass, skipping through the defense, all alone. Gregor off the turn. Good find from Rakowski. And Tessa Gregor gets the finish for the Bulldogs.
Much better offensively for the Bulldogs there. Really good attack. Able to get the cut from Gregor along the baseline and feed it down to her.
And back the other way, the Rams able to answer right back quickly.
The Rams wasting no time. Wypich able to cut down towards the basket, get a pass down there. Turn that after the make from the Bulldogs right back to the other way.
And again, it's going to be defense and offense here. All alone, Sienna Wolf. Forward to Rakowski. Haight finding DeVries, spinning into the paint. And Mia DeVries will go to the stripe for a couple right here for the Bulldogs. That one gets whistled on Grace Lyons for her second. And the first on either team in this quarter.
Nice use of the ball fake from Haight there. Little fake pass to the right corner. Get the defense to swing that way and then slip it down to DeVries, who gets herself a nice look.
First points of the ball game for the 6-foot junior for the Bulldogs. DeVries unable to hit the second. Haight got to the rebound first. And this is going to be Rockford basketball out of the scrum into the scorer's table. That's the other thing about watching Rockford is there's a lot of teams, when you talk about elite teams like they are, they don't necessarily like the chaos. They like games that are more organized, win talent on talent. whenever there's a scrum, whenever there's some chaos, whenever there's some trapping and some madness, Rockford seems to thrive in those moments. That's why they do so well in the playoff runs that they eventually go on, I think, as well. Wolf will hand off here for Lions. Lions off the drive, corner with some space, Mateer. And a heady play from Kate Higgins to keep the possession along the baseline.
Has been able to attack with the dribble. Lions there, collapsing the defense, kicking it out, and the corner three, even though it missed, been getting some more open looks, figuring out what the Bulldogs are throwing at them defensively, and then attacking it.
Higgins, the sophomore, tries the three. Can't get the soft touch off the back rim, and Richardson will fling it on for a running Rukowski. Gregor off the drive, and Gregor through the contact, able to get that to fall. Double-digit scoring for Tessa Gregor. Terrific night from the Bulldogs senior already, with a chance to pick up her 11th at the line. That's foul number 2, by the way, on Kate Higgins.
Gregor's been huge in the first half here for the Bulldogs, keeping them alive in this game. A couple threes. Early got fouled on a three, made a three early on. Now it's showing some moves, attacking and slashing to the basket right there, able to get fouled for the and one.
And Gregor able to convert at the line. She's been perfect at the stripe as well. 11 points in the ball game for Tessa Gregor, best game of her season. And doing it against Rockford. Whitford off the hesitation. Finds Wypitch. And the board down to Richardson. 3:10 and less to go in the first half. Opening things up here against the 16-1 Rams. 4-11 Bulldogs here, and that one will roll away.
Fortunate to keep possession right there. Haight looking to make a dribble, maybe had her eyes up the floor looking to make a pass before fully securing it, and then almost nearly turned it over, but able to go off bounds off the Rams, and Bulldogs gonna be able to get another look at it here, try to set something up now in the half court.
Richardson to Haight off the up fake. Reaching with the steal is Wypitch. Grandville will take it. Wypitch got tripped and no foul through the contact between the two sides. And Grandville will get a lucky chance to restart the offense.
Yeah, it might have been, it could have been a foul really either way, and I think the officials maybe just allowing it to play out because Haight probably fouled initially as Wypitch was reaching in there, and then Wypitch kind of got taken down by Haight in the scrum, and the officials just letting it go and the ball roll out of bounds back to the Bulldogs.
Driving, DeVries, and one. Again, the Bulldogs able to follow, finish through the contact.
Bulldogs offensively now starting to get things figured out. The end one by Gregor a minute ago. Now DeVries able to get her third points right there and a chance for a fourth at the line. The Bulldogs been able to capitalize down low, even though there's been some contact, finish the shots, get the end one opportunities.
First foul on Whitford, third on the Rams, and DeVries able to splash that one down. Bulldogs not going away, and they'll bring some full court pressure here off the made basket. Whitford reaching in the lane, able to score from the hip on that one. Tough, creative shot from Ryan Whitford. She gets on the score sheet for the first time. The Rams answer right back.
Whitford, another player of the wing that can attack and drive, and it's a depth of those on this Rams team, but Whitford, another one that tough shot, underhand finish, had to put some crazy spin on that one to get it to go off the glass and in.
Rams able to paddle it around. It was Wolf making the first contact. Lions able to eventually steal and set it up here for Anna Wypitch to run the offense. Wolf sets the screen on Richardson. Mateer, deep triple over top of Haight. And Rukowski will track it in. Final 90 seconds of the half. 25-18 Rockford. Gregor corner Haight. DeVries paddles it in hard off of Lions. It'll stay with the Bulldogs. Granville's biggest issue has been working out of the traps in the corner. They've walked themselves into those traps a couple of times, and they've turned it away, or at least ended good offensive looks a couple of times out of that.
They've had some opportunities once they get the basketball down there. They kind of see it coming, but just a second too late. They're very nearly a turnover. DeVries able to keep that one alive, and the effort play, throw it off the Rams and get another look and try to reset here. Now more at the top of the key.
Rakowski working on Whitford. Gregor looking for more. Wolf with a 2-on-1, hits Mateer, and the Rams stretch it to 26-18.
There's been a ton of transition looks for either team, but the Rams right there able to get one. They've got numbers 2-on-1 going the other way. Mateer able to capitalize.
Richardson off the pull-up. Board to DeVries. This will stay with Grandville. 46 seconds to go in the first half. Rams lead by 9. Grace Richardson for Gregor. Rakowski with 43. Rams will set things up man-to-man defensively here for this possession. One of the first times we've seen a man look out of Coach Wilson's team in the ball game. Dallett with 23. Bulldogs may be looking to take it into the locker room with one last possession here. 5-second count started. And Dallett able to just exit on for Rakowski with 13 seconds. Sienna Wolf crowds in on the defense. Rakowski bounding across the floor with 7. Off the drive, Rakowski to the basket, flips it with 4. Board tracked in by Mateer, and that takes us to the half. 27-18, Rockford leading at the break, but a solid effort. We said in the pregame, Chandler, there's no moral victories for a team, but for Grandville, it certainly was watching how are you going to be able to compete with this Rockford team. They competed very well against one of the top teams in the state, maybe the top team in the state throughout the first half, and really, Bulldogs just a couple of open looks away from being even that much closer in the game.
Yeah, they really, early on, able to control things. I think that's kind of what you're looking for. That's what you're trying to repeat coming out of the halftime there. Get hot shooting the basketball from beyond the arc, get a ton of effort on the defensive end, and it's difficult to do that for the entire length of the game, but it's going to be necessary in order to try to make a comeback. But they've kept themselves within striking distance, just a single-digit deficit here at halftime, and see if they're able to cut into that in the second half.
All right, 27-18, Rockford over Grandville at the break. We're going to be right back here on our Farmers Insurance Halftime Show.
What would you do with some extra time? Shop Fastlane today.
Somebody once said life moves pretty fast, and that's exactly how we like it. Want to build something? Great. Start businesses, build bridges, raise a whole city. Future in fighting crime? Want to save lives? Do it all here. But you've got to go forward fast. Because today is now, and tomorrow is soon. And to get ahead of the game, you got to get ahead of your time. This is your future, so take it and move all of us forward.
Are you looking for a new career? Aetna Supply is hiring. Aetna Supply is Michigan's #1 plumber wholesaler, servicing local customers for over 50 years. They offer great benefits, a 401k with company match, quarterly bonuses, and no Sundays. Once again, check them out at aetnasupply.com/careers or click on their logo on the Michigan Sports Radio homepage. Have you recently collided with a deer or been caught in an unfortunate accident? Don't worry, Car Center Collision and Glass is your trusted partner to bring your vehicle back to life. With convenient branches in Cedar Springs, Burton Heights, Alpine, and Big Rapids, we're right around the corner to provide expert assistance. From collision repairs to mechanical fixes, we're your one-stop solution for all your car needs. Check us out at carcentermi.com.
We are Centennial Securities,
an independent firm with a team of committed professionals
who strive to exceed our clients' expectations by giving outstanding service.
We're proud to be part of our community where we live and work.
Upgrade to MHSAA Premium to get uninterrupted listening on all your favorite tunes. Click here to start your 7-day free trial.
If it's important, it's not worth compromising. Which is why with Farmers, you don't have to compromise quality to get great savings on your insurance. I got this.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to Vanderslice Gymnasium. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer here on MGN on Michigan Sports Radio. 27-18, Grandville girls trailing at the break, but keeping it within single digits against one of the top two teams probably on the short list in the state of Michigan in this one. CT, let's take a look at some stats from the first half, and then we'll take a look back at some highlights.
All right, we'll start with the Bulldogs, leading all scorers. Tessa Gregoire had 11 points, DeVries with 4, and Dallett with 3. For the Rams, Whitepitch had 9, Lyons with 8, Wolf had 5, Mateer 2, Whitford with 2, and Donnelly with 1.
All right, here are a look back, and we start the Rams doing some of what they do best, turning defense into offense, as Anna Whitepitch got the easy 2 on the back end of this early in the second quarter. Rakowski for Richardson. Bulldogs having some more issues against the zone. Turned over. It's going to be defense into easy offense as Anna Whitepitch lays that one in. And right away, Coach Van Hecken has to whistle in his second. Grandville is able to get some tough finishes down the stretch as well. Couple finishes through contact as well. One for Gregoire, one from DeVries. This just before a really nice find from Gracie Rakowski for the easy 2 for Tessa Gregoire. Left the floor yet for the Bulldogs. Richardson. Haight, nice reaching pass, skipping through the defense. All alone. Gregoire off the turn. Good find from Rakowski. And lastly, one more out of the Bulldogs, and it is one of those finishes through the contact. This Mia DeVries with the and 1 as she was able to pick up her second and third points of the night. Had 4 in that first half when it was all said and done.
I think the officials maybe just allowing it to play out because Haight probably fouled initially. As Whitepitch was reaching in there, and then Whitepitch kind of got taken down by Haight in the scrum, and the official just letting it go and the ball roll out of bounds back to the Bulldogs.
Driving DeVries and 1. So all adds up to 27-18 at the break. Rockford over Grandville. We are going to take another break. We'll be right back to wrap up our Farmers Insurance halftime show. Get you ready for the second half of Grandville Rockford.
Looking for a great place to buy a used truck or car? Check out Extreme Truck and Auto Center, located at 1098 O'Malley Drive in Coopersville. They have a huge selection of trucks, cars, vans, and SUVs. Stop by their lot or give them a call at 616-384-3777. You can check out their inventory at xtacenter.com.
Michigan hearing experts sell and service several brands of hearing aids. Are you having trouble having a conversation or unable to hear the latest play of the game? We perform comprehensive hearing exams and use real ear measurements to ensure optimal functioning hearing aids for your unique needs. Our highly trained doctors of audiology are dedicated to helping you reconnect with your world. Visit MichiganHearingExperts.com to find a location near you and take the first step towards better hearing with Michigan Hearing Expert.
Cornerstone University.
The professors are very open to helping whenever they can.
Academic excellence, character-driven athletics, Christ-centered community involvement.
Cornerstone has been a great opportunity for me to grow as a leader, just being able to approach people and be warm and welcoming and hospitable.
Experience it for yourself. Attend a Golden Eagle Day at Cornerstone for a taste of campus life and the chance to meet faculty and staff. To arrange a visit for your high school junior or senior, go to cornerstone.edu. Cornerstone University. Build a life that matters.
The Grand Rapids Sports Hall of Fame celebrates the city's rich sports history by honoring prominent West Michigan athletes and those who have contributed greatly to sports on a local, state, or national level. A class is elected each year and then honored at an induction ceremony in the fall. They also prevent annual events in support of West Michigan athletics, and they raise funds to support local youth organizations and charities. Follow them on Facebook or check out the pictures and biographies of all 181 inductees at grshof.com.
Welcome back, everyone. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer here on game night, wrapping up our Farmers Insurance halftime show coverage. 27-18, Rockford over Grandville at the break. I mean, down 9, but really a solid performance all around by Grandville. They were able to get a lot of stops against maybe the best team in the state. And like I said a moment ago, a couple of open shots that just didn't fall for the Bulldogs. Those fall, and you're really giving Rockford a scare in that first half.
Yeah, early on when some of the shots were falling from beyond the arc, got a couple threes, one from Gregor, one from Dallett as well. That's when they really were rolling offensively, spreading the floor pretty well, and then defense really playing with a lot of energy, and they got to find that again here in the third quarter to start things off, try to get this game even closer than what it is right now.
No, absolutely. It's going to be an interesting second half. Both teams out. Both teams have wrapped up their warm-ups, and we are ready to go. Again, thank you to the Grandville AV students for their help with production tonight, as they once again are providing the pictures on the MGN broadcast this evening of what is an increasingly packed house coming up as we work our way through the evening here tonight at Grandville. Cancer Awareness Night, Special Olympics Unified Night, as well as the Rivalry Night, Grandville and Rockford tonight at Vanderslice Gym. See some of the Unified athletes are already out at the baseline. They're getting ready to go. They're fired up already, as they should be, and as we are. It's always one of the most fun experiences of the year, the Unified games, especially when they put them in between the contests, and we certainly will. We'll have some coverage that we'll have some calls, we'll have some commentary, but also let you feel a little bit of the excitement in the building as we are underway with the second half of play right here. Allen gets tipped around down low and winds up sending a wide pitch to the line off the first foul of the quarter, as right away Gracie Rakowski picks up her second.
Really nice pass down low from Higgins, able to get it over top of the defense. Wide pitch, catching it and able to go right up.
Nine now for Anna wide pitch. Over for Rakowski. Out of the corner, Dallett. It'll stay with the Bulldogs. Rakowski. Rams closing some of that pressure as they've been doing all game on Gracie. Able to find Perez here. Wide pitch. Will rip it away, and the Rams will go on a run here with their junior. Wide pitch. Crossing out. Lions with a ton of space. And that one gets last touched out by DeVries. Richardson comes in for Perez right away, as Rockford looking a little bit more like themselves to start the second half of play. They'll swing it wing on for Whitford. Lions corner with space. Wolf. Richardson tracks down the board and able through the trap to find a running Gracie Rakowski. Rakowski corner, Dallett, quick trigger. Richardson down to the board. Bulldogs keep it. Gregor 11 points in the first half for Tessa Gregor, unable to convert there, and the Rams push on to Wolf again.
Kind of story of what the second quarter was there. Players you want shooting open threes, taking them, and just unable to hit them right there. Dallett and Gregor both with looks that you want them to take, and neither one able to hit it right there, even though both hit one earlier in the game. Those were the shots that were falling when the Bulldogs were taking the lead early in the first quarter. Since kind of dried up.
Lions. Y pitch, got the space as they swing against the zone. Rams have missed a couple of threes to open up this quarter off some good looks. Here's another one, and that one spins down for Sienna Wolf. They're just pretty effectively swinging right now. Wolf now with 11. Another triple falls, and the Rams stretch to 33-18.
The ball movement's been a lot better for the Rams, getting ahead of the defense.
Dallett tries one from deep. Trying to shoot her way back into it. Had 17 points against West Ottawa. Just 3 in the first half for the Bulldogs senior. Wolf to Higgins. Whitford matches up against Richardson out of the Bulldog 2-3 zone here. Lions back for Whitford, corner. Y pitch, bounding from the hip, unable to score. Batted out. Grandville takes it with Gregor. Rakowski pushing for Dallett. Gregor following triple, unable to bank it in. And Wolf will have it on the run out. Grace Lyons a little slow to get up behind the play. And a whistle gets called as Lyons had gotten tangled up a little bit with Tessa Gregor at the end of the shot. And Lyons will take a seat as Mateer comes in. The Bulldogs also will check Kincannon and Haight in.
And Lyons maybe just tweaking an ankle a little bit right there as Gregor off the missed three was fighting to try to get a rebound. Lyons providing the box out, and Lyons hitting the floor. Able to walk off the floor there pretty cleanly, and looks like she won't miss a ton of time, but the Rams still going to have a ton of depth to bring in here and try to attack this Bulldog zone defense.
Rams will swing it again, this time over to Wolf. And back, triple, Y pitch. Rockford's gotten some good looks from deep, just not going down at the rate that I think they almost exclusively expect them to go down right now. Rakowski, nice extra feed. Haight out of the corner. Kincannon tries to chase down the rebound, and impressed with Izzy Kincannon's ability on a lot of those kind of effort plays throughout the year when she's come in with some burst of energy moments off the bench. Grandville will, out of the dead ball, have a 1-2-2 trap right here. Y pitch, corner, Mateer with a ton of room. .348 to go, another 3 for the Rams. They're really fighting it from deep as they've fully committed for Coach Wilson to shooting over top of this Grandville zone, but just not falling right now, these 23-foot open threes. Nice job by Higgins to get the hand in there. Y pitch will restart the offense. All the way to the basket, off the up fake, Y pitch will draw the contact from Rakowski. That'll be the third on Gracie, and it'll send Anna Y pitch back to the stripe as the Rams that time attack the basket and will at least get a trip to the stripe out of it. That's actually foul 2 on Rakowski.
Yeah, three's not falling. Y pitch able to take advantage, run the lane. A little hesitation to get Rakowski in the air, then lean into it, make sure you draw the contact. Looking for the contact as much as you're looking for the lay-in right there, and able to draw it.
Grace Lyons among the subs coming back in here for the Rams. Mia DeVries will take a seat for the Bulldogs, and we'll see Ding Garang in for the first time. And Y pitch is able to splash them both down. She gets into double digits scoring on the game. The Rams will show some full court pressure. Haight out of the trap for Rakowski. Grandville beats it. Rakowski from the elbow. Splash. Nice one from Rakowski. And those are the first points of the night for Gracie, believe it or not.
Yeah, it's been tough offensively for Rakowski. Trying to do everything she can and be a distributor for this offense, but able to create her own shot in the mid-range right there for the first time.
Rakowski did have 17 points the first time Grandville and Rockford faced off back in Rockford, so certainly the Rams have focused their defense on the Bulldog leading score, and Wypitch again will find her way to the stripe as Garang picks up her first foul of the ball game, third of the game of the quarter on the Bulldogs. Wypitch is about as silky as it gets at the charity stripe. That's the one thing, well, really all these Rams shooters are, but Wypitch in particular, that's one thing we certainly have learned tonight. And she's able to hit the second. She hit some rim right there, though.
Made a bunch of these in the third quarter now and looked pretty effortless doing so. It doesn't fully count as a miss, I guess, if you hit the rim, but
kickball here stays with Grandville. 2.5 to go in the third. Rams have stretched to 17 after it was single digits at the end of the first half. And the Rams showing some 2-3 zone right here. Rakowski. Richardson unable to find Grang. It goes back the other way. So out of Rockford, what have we seen? They opened out of a 2-1-2 half court. We saw a 2-1-2 kind of full court, three-quarter court look. They went 1-3-1 both full and half court. They've played man-to-man. Now they've played 2-3 zone. I think they even showed a little bit of a 2-2-1 press in the full court as well. It is truly everything. If you're a fan of kind of defensive basketball, Coach Wilson is a true mastermind, controls of it.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of everything that they can throw at you, and they do a tremendous job mixing it up, too, throughout the course of the game.
Wypitch to the corner for Wolf. Going to dribble in some space here. And Coach Wilson doesn't like the way that possession was setting up, so he will take his first time out of the ball game. We will take one right away.
Hearing experts sell and service several brands of hearing aids. Are you having trouble having a conversation or unable to hear the latest play of the game? We perform comprehensive hearing exams and use real ear measurements to ensure optimal functioning hearing aids for your unique needs. Our highly trained doctors of audiology are dedicated to helping you reconnect with your world. Visit MichiganHearingExperts.com to find a location near you and take the first step towards better hearing with Michigan Hearing Expert.
Welcome back. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer from Grandville. 37-20, 1:47 to go, third quarter. Spent the break exhausting a list of zone defenses and what worked best in the old NCAA basketball video games, because that's a little bit of what Coach Wilson's been doing here with the Rams and his offense going back to work right here. On the offensive end of the floor, off the curl, Wypitch, ball fake, unable to get that one to fall. Good move off the Euro. Richardson rips the board away for Rakowski, who's off and running for the Dogs. Rakowski stutters into the paint, floater good. Defense and offense, Gracie Rakowski able to get the finish. He's got 4.
Off the steal, the Bulldogs able to get out and move in the open floor. Rakowski able to do it herself. She's got 4 points now on the night, all coming in here in the third quarter. Got all 4 points of the Bulldogs in the third.
Rams able to answer right back. They'll set up a little bit of this kind of 2-3, 2-1-2 hybrid zone. Garang inside off the mark. And off the contact, Sienna Wolf will go to the line for Rockford. 39-22 ball game. foul 2 on Garang, 4th of the quarter on the Bulldogs. Wolf good on the first one. The Rams cross the 40-point threshold. Wolf hits them both. Siena now with 13. Richardson against the trap. Gregor out of the corner. Haight trying to chase it, and the Bulldogs turn it over. Able to work it decently right there, but unable to finish the possession.
Yeah, the right idea. Gregor saw Haight open underneath the basket and able to get a nice skip pass down low along the baseline. Haight unable to corral it though, a little bit too hot, and ends up rolling out of bounds on the other side.
Inside the final 5 of the third, Mateer, extra pass, Lions at the buzzer, and we go to the third. The Rams able to do their thing and then some, as they so often do in the third quarter. This one, they stretch it to 41-22. We're going to step aside, be right back.
The 76 Diner and Truck Stop would like to invite you and your families to come and check out their diner. With locations in both Byron Center and Coopersville, they're a great place to stop before or after the game. They have a wide variety of menu choices to feed all the kids. They serve breakfast hot all day, and they're able to accommodate all of your large group needs. Their full menu is available for takeout orders, and they have online ordering at 76truckstopdiner.com.
Yeah, that one I completely missed there.
What would you do with some extra time? Shop Fastlane today.
Welcome back, everyone, to Grandville. Nate Dreyer and Chandler Timmer, 4th quarter on deck. Rockford girls have stretched it to 41-22. It was a 9-point game at the break, but that third quarter was a little bit of kind of everything encapsulated, both ends of the floor, that makes Rockford basketball, especially on the girls' side.
Yeah, the Rams seem to be getting better as the game goes along. The first quarter, pretty even between these two teams. The Bulldogs stealing some energy early on. And then the second and third of the Rams have taken over.
Yeah, taken away here by Kate Higgins. She'll go defense into offense and get the 2. So Higgins able to get the finish for the first points of the game for the sophomore.
Higgins has had some active hands defensively all night long. They're able to poke it free and then take it herself all the way down and finish it. Chance for the and one.
Three-point play the old-fashioned way, and the Rams have doubled up the Bulldogs. They do it quick. That's why I'd be willing to put money on them winning state champ. Sorry, MHSAA, shouldn't say that. I'd be willing to say that they're going to win the state title again this year. Richardson able to somehow find that one through the tip to Gregor, but they're just a team where they're young. They've been building throughout the year. They've been getting so much better throughout the year, and it's this sort of stuff they do in the second half that makes them so tricky, especially in a playoff sense.
Yeah, I think so, and I think you see at times that they're still a young team, but then they just get better as the game goes along, and you can tell the coach and the coaching staff having an impact on it, and then their shooting just starts to fall like that.
Grace Lyons now with 16 in the ball game. Final 7 minutes. Gracie Rakowski stepping into the 3. Down falls just short as Gracie continues to just kind of fight it tonight here for the Bulldogs. Just 4 for Grandville's leading senior. Out of the corner, Sienna Wolf pops and knocks it down from the corner. The Rams starting to watch everything fall now.
Yeah, a bunch of threes made from the Rams, and probably not the percentage, as you were talking about earlier in the game, that maybe the Rams are used to, but still, they've been a lot of high volume shooting for the Rams. They've started to hit them now in the fourth quarter. A couple threes now made.
Allison Dowett travels off the jab move there, but balanced scoring as well. 11 for Grace Lyons, 16 for Wolf, 14 for Y-Pitch. I mean, they've up and down the lineup been able to find scoring as they do most nights with how they are able to balance attack things around the perimeter. Y-Pitch all the way to the basket, gets the rattle.
Y-Pitch is impressive all game long. He's done a little bit of everything, able to drive to the basket multiple times, got to the free throw line a bunch, made a three in the first half as well.
Rams by 30, final under 6 minutes. Bulldogs swing to Emma Perez. Rakowski. Around the Dowett screen up top. Rakowski clutches and drives again, and a foul will get whistled on the Rams. Is that their first of the half? I believe it is. First of the quarter, but first of the half as well. As Madden will check in here, and Rakowski will actually go to she will not go to the line. It will be a baseline inbound. She was standing at the stripe.
Trying to see if they'd give it to her.
I might as well try. And that one gets thrown away. And Rockford will take it back with 5.5 to go. Stay with us. We are just getting started. We're going to be here all evening long, folks. We're going to be here late. Tuesday already was like just randomly on the Tuesday, one of the latest games we've done in forever, because the JV game went to overtime, and then the girls game took forever, and then the boys game went to overtime and had 45 fouls and took forever. So we were here until like 10 o'clock on Tuesday night, and it might be the same here tonight. Long night, but a great night coming up with the Unified game to follow. And then, of course, the boys take to the hardwood to close the night in a big game among two of the top teams, first and third in the OK Red, respectively. Off the curl into some space. Grace Young had the ball for the first time. Taken to the basket. Desiree Donnelly gets the tough two, has another coming up at the stripe.
Just so many players that can really dribble the ball well, and when they get the ball moving like that across the floor, the defense chasing it for quite a while during that possession. Then eventually able to get his Donnelly, who's got a ton of room to make it work and take a cut towards the middle of the lane.
First foul on Kincannon, and Donnelly able to complete the three-point play. She's got 4 in the ball game now for the junior. Y-Pitch staying out there for Coach Wilson right now. Rams fading back into this kind of switch everything hybrid man defense, and ripped away by Donnelly. Peter Spa off the jab, unable to get the roll, gets a second look, swatted by Gregor. Final 4.5.
Nice block by Gregor. Off the offensive rebound, staying with it, eventually able to get a piece of it on the way up.
And Perez drives and gets the whistle on Donnelly, who stayed with her arms up in position a little bit to show that's where she thought she was, and may have had a little bit of an argument. She got run into by Perez, who kind of bounced off her. The Bulldogs will take it. Second foul on Donnelly, and second on the quarter on the Rams. 4:20 to go. Rakowski off the spin, turns it over to Muter-Spa. Muter-Spa all the way coast to coast for 2. Sophomore for Coach Wilson.
Muter-Spa, another one. Comfortable taking the basketball off the turnover, the length of the floor, finishing it off.
Gregor unable to get that to go. Tessa had 11 in the first half, has not scored in the second half. Donnelly off the mark with that driver. Grandville will check Kennedy O'Leary in, along with Brea Haight. It looks like Gregor and Rakowski might be looking at the end of their night. We'll see. Still 3.5 to go.
Just 4 points in the second half so far for the Bulldogs at 18 at halftime, on pace to be right around on average what the Rams rather give up defensively on the season, but just 4 points now here as the scoring is almost completely stalled.
A game I think that's played at a little bit slower pace. Is a nice move by Perez, gets her to the line, but a little bit slower pace than what Rockford plays in a lot of these games throughout the year. I mean, I can't even imagine the pace of that East Kentwood game, especially the second time they play. If it is an unbeaten game, I mean, I think it'll be two teams just egging each other on to go faster and faster and faster and trap a little bit more and a little bit harder down the stretch. Perez able to convert with her first score of the evening. All right, whatever's on the floor is cleaned up. We'll go back at it.
Hard to tell if a piece of popcorn or maybe a yellow Skittle. Either way, it was kicked off by the official and it's now in the student section.
Yes, it regardless came from the student section. Trying to see who exactly was the culprit down there. There's a group of Bulldog football players. They're all in that front row. I think they might be a little bit in the midst of whatever's going on.
I can't imagine that.
I know, I can't. We have a foul inside the final 3 minutes. And we are all knotted at 3 fouls. Haven't had any bonus free throws all game. Be really sweet if we got them in a 30-point game. 3 minutes to go. It's here. Handing off for Muterspa. Donnelly to the basket. That'll be a hard foul. That'll be the 4th. As Donnelly's back up after gathering herself. 4th of the quarter on the Bulldogs. First on O'Leary. I think I'm going to get my wish.
It looks like it. Foul there. One more against the Bulldogs, and Rams will be shooting more free throws the rest of this game.
Donnelly off the mark with the first. I'm a little curious what this rotation is going to look like next year for Rockford. So that they're only from the primary rotation. They'll lose Lyons, who we saw, Kate Fromeyer, who we didn't see tonight. They'll lose her as well, the 2 seniors on this team. Second one goes down. But Donnelly, again, listed as a center, 5 points. She provides a little bit different style and edge to what this team does. And again, a center, but she's been very comfortable guarding at the perimeter, running the floor, as well as this whole team is it. Again, whenever you have a whole team of sophomores and juniors essentially playing at this level, it gives the coaching staff a lot of different options in terms of how this program is being built. Brea Haight, strong with that one is Muterspa. Rips down the rebound. Again, it is 5 sophomores on a team that is probably favored to win a state championship. One of those sophomores, Mateer, off the mark with this one, and a foul will be the 4th on the Rams as that one gets ripped away by Munishing with the way that they play, because they play with so much confidence. And, Sienna Wolf was up as a freshman, but besides that, players come up as sophomores, and they seemingly are immediate for Coach Wilson and are able to play in the biggest moments.
Yeah, it speaks to the development, really, of the program. Of course, at the varsity level as well, these players, the ability to get them up to speed quickly throughout the course of the varsity season. And yeah, it'll hurt losing Grace Lyons, the Rockford all-time leading scorer, but you've got players like Wypetcha Jr., who next year will be a 4th-year senior for this team that's got a ton of varsity experience. You've got all these sophomores that are seeing a ton of playing time as well, and it's a team that's going to be doing some damage for likely a very long time, as long as that core's around.
1:32 to go. Perez will send us to the bonus. For the first time in the ball game, we have either team with bonus free throws, and it is Donnelly at the stripe. That's the first foul on Perez. Just an impressive second half, and really kind of regardless of the competition and who they may have and what the style of game is, Rockford has done this throughout the years throughout the year and throughout the years. As we talked about with, they're able to close games so effectively. 7 points now for Donley. Final 90 seconds. Perez. Up top with Haight. Madden tries the long two and knocks that one down over top of Villarreal.
Shot from Madden, mid-range right there, able to get some points for the Bulldogs and get her first points of the game off the bench right there.
Mateer inside the final minute. Nice feed, but a block and a foul on Garang. Rams go back to the stripe with Aubrey Villarreal. Villarreal off the mark with the first one. Junior wing. Haight. From the line, blocked away by Muterspaw. Final 35 seconds here. Donnelly off the fake will go to the strike.
Rams just continue to play it well all the way till the end there. Muterspaw, chance to try to take it in the full court. Didn't like it, able to pull it off. Find Donnelly, who's on the second effort, cutting towards the basket, and just a really patient attack, even in the full court there.
Just got a scouting report texted in from the voice of the Rockford Rams, Brock Conkle, who tells me there's a Y pitch in 8th grade who's among, if not maybe going to be the best one yet. So we talk about the program continuing on, Chandler. I think it's going to keep going. Seconds to go, wrapping this one up, so Rockford. Rams set to go to 17-1 on the year as they have re-upped their winning streak once again here to be 9-1 in the conference. Grandville drops to 4-12 with the loss here tonight. We're going to do a really quick turnaround in our Centennial Securities post-game show, essentially right into it here. We'll get kind of straight into looking at some highlights, some awards, and get you down into the public address for the start of the unified action as well. We'll take a quick break during the start of that, and then we'll be back on the call as that continues down the stretch as Garang is able to hit the second at the stripe for her first point of the ball game. Final 5 seconds. Young will dribble it out, and that'll do it. Win number 1 of the evening goes to the Rams. Top girls team in the state continues to roll on, and their march potentially back to the Breslin Center this year, 62-27. They get the win over the Dogs here tonight. We transition straight into our Centennial Securities post-game show, and we start by going straight into some highlights and looking at the second half and one of the plays that stands out, and we'll just go ahead and give this our Farmers Insurance play of the game. We will give it to a Bulldog. We'll go to Gracie Rakowski, who was able to go defense and offense with a steal and a score. On ball, good move off the Euro. Richardson rips the board away for Rakowski, who's off and running for the Dogs. Rakowski stutters into the paint, floater good. Defense and offense, Gracie Rakowski able to get the So there's a look back at second half highlight in our Farmers Insurance play of the game. We'll kind of do things in a little bit of reverse order right here, wrapping up this contest from what we normally do as the unified game is coming up. We'll take a look at our Centennial Securities winning game plan. Coach Wilson, CT, I mean, we talked about it. 2-1-2. 1-3-1, half court, full court, both varieties out of those. Some man-to-man, some switching man-to-man, some 2-3 zone, some 1-2-2, even a little bit of 2-2-1, just a little bit of everything. This is a Rockford defense that, I mean, Coach Wilson is always at the controls and always one step ahead, especially defensively.
Sure is. I think he put on display tonight of how you manage a game throughout the course of it, able to mix up your looks defensively, continue to keep the other team off balance, even though it was early on the Bulldogs providing some energy and mixing things up. The Rams able to, throughout the course of the game, continue to try to force the Bulldogs to have to settle down, see what they were up against, and then try to come up with an attack against it. And to do that for 4 full quarters is a difficult thing to do, and the Rams eventually able to pull away.
All right, wrap it up. Rainbow Grill, player of the game, Anna Whitepitch had 20 points. She was just terrific, Chandler.
Yeah, she really was. I think the entire length of the game, scoring multiple different ways, able to drive to the basket, strong takes to the brim multiple times, able to get fouled a couple times, go to the free throw line, had a 3 in there early in the game as well, and being the leading scoring force for the Rams here throughout the full game.
All right, unified game is coming up. We're going to send it on over first to the PA as we get things started there. Grandville Assistant AD Charlie Kleinhexel on the public address. We'll rejoin you in just a minute to help highlight some of the great coverage coming up. Unified basketball here, presented by Centennial Securities and Farmers Insurance on Michigan Game Night. I got our first stoppage and substitution point right here, Unified Basketball. We only tonight have the roster to the Grandville side, so we'll give a little bit of commentary like that, but mostly also just kind of talk about these events. Second time we've had coverage of one of these on MGN this year. We did the Zeeland East, Zeeland West game, which had some unified coverage mixed in as well. And again, Chandler, it is probably as much fun as you can have for as great as like a Cam Regnerus buzzer beater is like on Tuesday. I mean, this is just for all sides as fun as it gets, and I think it's a nice relief valve before these two fan bases are ready to choke each other in about 15 minutes. But really, just when they put them, especially like this, is a really nice shot in the lane, goes down for the Bulldogs. But what I like to see for sure out of this CT is when they put them in between the games like this, and when you get to see the communities and the impact that these sort of unified contests have, it's always it's fun to see, and it's fun the atmosphere, how electric it gets in here.
Yeah, it is. It's really cool to see the entire crowd really cheering for the same cause, to see these players come out and be able to have a good time in between the game. Of course, in front of a packed house is fans showing up for a rivalry night and the triple header all around, and great opportunity to get out and make some memories out there out on the floor and get to play some basketball.
And the great thing is you see a little bit of kind of the impact of right here about unified basketball and the way it works is it is not, as we mentioned earlier, it's not just your traditional straight up Special Olympics games of special education and disabled athletes. It is a mixture of the special education athletes that you see along with other students at the school that match up along with them. You'll see athletes. Last year we had several football players on the Grandville team as well that we saw as a part of this. So it's a unique bonding experience as well to kind of help flow the game along and also kind of bring the different communities in. It's just it's a very unique and a very cool thing to be able to watch.
Yeah, it really is to see the friendships created by all really anybody that's out there on the floor, and the chemistry that gets built because of it, and get to see classmates come together and kind of compete on the same floor, and of course get to work together and build those friendships as the game go along and this event goes along, and really cool to see everyone working together.
12-2 now, Granville. They're walking away with this one a little bit. And Coach Stiegel, so a lot of people probably know this, but they might not. Like, Coach Stiegel's a really unique guy to be able to see. First off, being a football coach, not just being a football coach, he coaches the power T, like the most physical man brand of football, mean brand of football you can have. Well, his day job with Grandville, he's a special ed teacher, and he takes great pride in this, and he is coaching. And I do want to say, as he celebrates, is there a chance he's going to run up the score on Rockford?
Maybe. He's got some anger to take out from the previous football season, potentially.
I think Jaden Terry and company are going to do plenty to try to help out with that next fall, regardless what may happen. But just pointing that out as well. I think I've seen this Grandville unified team play a couple times. Remember, the games are really close and competitive. I don't know if I've ever seen someone take a double-digit lead at this point before. So I feel like Grandville has been well coached, that we're taking down Rockford if nothing else.
They understand the importance of the rivalry.
Defense and the offense for the Bulldogs. So we'll step aside. We'll let Charlie Kleinhexel down on the PA and the sounds of the arena take back over. Just want to give a couple of our thoughts here on this Special Olympics Unified Contest. Grandville and Rockford here in between contest. We'll get our boys' pregame coverage fired up a little bit after this. We thank Centennial Securities and Farmers Insurance for helping present us on through this coverage right here. We're going to take it into the arena, and you'll hear from the two of us shortly.
Mickey! Aiden!
we go. A little after the buzzer, that'll conclude it. Grandville picks up the unified win. How about that? Always, always fun. We're going to step aside here on game night. And when we come back, we will have our Centennial Securities pregame show. We'll turn it around. We'll see you all in about 7 minutes. We're here from the MHSAA This Week Report. Get you introed in and get you ready. It is the rivalry. Grandville.
Weights have been lifted. Sprints have been run. Preparation for today's game is history. It's time to get it done. You're listening on MichiganSportsRadio.com.
It's award season, and we're not just talking about the Grammys. We've got scholarships for student athletes and the highest MHSAA honor for an AD from the UP. I'm John Ross, and this is This Week in High School Sports, powered by Michigan Student Aid. We are into February, which means the announcing of the MHSAA Farm Bureau Insurance Scholar Athlete Award winners. For the last 35 years, Farm Bureau has been awarding scholarships to student athletes, this year awarding $2,000 each to 32 winners. This week, the first 10 winners have been announced, with those 10 coming from Class C and D schools. The remaining 22 winners will be announced over the next 2 weeks. More than 1,600 students applied for the awards. To be eligible, a student must have earned at least one letter in a varsity sport sponsored by the MHSAA, carry at least a 3.5 grade point average, write an essay on the importance of sportsmanship, and show active participation in other school and community activities. Log on to MHSAA.com to see a write-up of each of the winners. A bio, college plans, and a quote from their essay are all available. Each of the 32 scholarship recipients will be honored on March 16th during the MHSAA Boys Basketball Finals at the Breslin Center on the campus of Michigan State University. In 35 years of this program, Farm Bureau has awarded more than $1 million to MHSAA student athletes. It's time for Game Balls, when we highlight a trio of standout performances from the past week. First, Ethan and Landon Moreland of Three Rivers. The wrestlers helped the Wildcats to their first Wolverine Conference championship since 2004. Ethan took first at 126 pounds, Landon at 150 pounds. To Mason's Case in Carswell, he scored 15 in a win over St. John's. The win was the Bulldogs' 9th straight and gave them at least a share of the CAAC Red title, their first back-to-back league titles since 1963. And Cadillac's Annalie Wallace. She finished first in both slalom and giant slalom. Yes, there is downhill skiing going on despite the warm temps, as Cadillac won both the girls' and boys' side of the Cadillac Invite.
For high school seniors, the matchup of the year isn't on the field. It's actually online. That's right. When you fill out the FAFSA, the free application for federal student aid, you could also be eligible for thousands of dollars in additional money from the Michigan Achievement Scholarship. Yep, nearly 80% of students who fill out the FAFSA may be eligible. Now that's a matchup we can all root for. Get started today at michigan.gov/achievement. The Michigan Achievement Scholarship. It's a game changer.
Our weekly Be the Referee feature takes a look at the fine art of officiating with registered official Paige Winnie.
The three most common penalties in high school hockey are tripping, slashing, and hooking. What's the difference between them? It's pretty self-explanatory. Tripping is when a player uses their stick to make another player fall. Slashing is when a player swings their stick at another player, whether contact is made or not. And hooking is using your stick to slow an opponent down, usually the puck handler. Hooking differs from holding in that hooking involves the use of the stick to slow an opponent down, while holding is done with the hands. All these penalties, tripping, slashing, hooking, and holding, will result in at least 2 minutes in the penalty box.
Thanks, Paige. Now more than ever, we need officials. If you're interested, please go to the MHSAA website now to register. While we're talking about awards, the recipient of the 2024 Charles Forsyth Lifetime Achievement Award is Calumet's Sean Jacques. Jacques graduated from Calumet before returning to serve in a variety of roles. He was a teacher, assistant principal, and athletic director for the Copper Kings, and is currently an instructor for the Upper Peninsula Virtual Academy. During his tenure as AD, Calumet added numerous sports and athletic Hall of Fame, and he led facilities upgrades across campus. In 2016, Calumet became the only UP school to earn the prestigious Michigan Exemplary Athletic Program honor from the Michigan Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association. Jacques was named Regional AD of the Year in 2013 and 2016, and UP AD of the Year in 2019. The Forsyth Award is in its 47th year, and it goes to individuals with outstanding contributions to interscholastic athletics at the local, regional, and statewide levels. He will be honored during the MHSAA Girls Basketball Finals on March 23rd at the Breslin Center. For more on Jacques and to see a list of past winners, please visit MHSAA.com. You've been listening to This Week in High School Sports, powered by Michigan Student Aid, a production of the MHSAA Network. Thanks for joining us. I'm John Ross, and we'll be back next week.
Nevs, back Ragnaris 4. Cam Ragnaris with 2. Turns to win. Yes! Cam Ragnaris! Grandville wins! DeBoer regathers, takes it to the front of the net, and skies one behind Louiselle, and scores! 2-1 Granville. Hello everyone, and welcome to the Breslin Center and game night on Michigan Sports Radio. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer with you here. With their intensity, what a move by Wade to the corner, to Young, another one! Bobo skips the right corner to Watson, catch and shoot 3, splash! Muskegon has taken the lead, 47-46. Justin Watson, another triple. He has 9, 138 in the third, and a big red lead. By Baker, they'll fling it to Steffen. Aldering to the basket. Merritt Aldering cocks it back, jams it, timeout, Covenant Christian. Welcome back to Vanderslice Gymnasium, and welcome to game night. This is Michigan Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio from Grandville. This is the conclusion of a triple header, and it's the one we've been waiting for. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer. It is the rematch of Grandville Rockford. They split a year ago. The Rams defended home floor to start the year in matchup number 1 against the Bulldogs. Now Grandville looks for their revenge here tonight on their home floor. In CT in particular, as we welcome you up top here to Vanderslice Gymnasium, and inside Vanderslice Gymnasium, there's a whole lot extra meaning this game. 56-48. Hudsonville has beaten East Kentwood. That means East Kentwood now 2 losses in the conference to currently tie Grandville in the loss column. Hudsonville a game back of that. So for Rockford, this means a lot. They can have a chance to go multiple games up in the OK Red. And for Grandville, a win here tonight means that it's a complete free-for-all, and everyone goes within just a couple of games.
Yeah, everything still to be decided in a lot of big games, but very few that are going to be bigger than this one right here tonight. And the way things have played out the rest of the OK Red so far here on Friday night, Rockford's controlled their own destiny the way they played the first half, the OK Red slate. If they can win out, they've got the OK Red locked up. But if the Bulldogs can pull off the upset, somewhat of an upset here tonight, having a couple losses in the OK Red, they put themselves just a game back, and still multiple games left in the OK Red that just about anything can happen. Some tough games left for Rockford as well, so they put themselves right within striking distance if they can get this one here on the home floor.
This is the Centennial Securities pregame show. Let's take a look at some of the leading stories in this ball game, and we start with the Charging Rams. Rockford has won 12 in a row after a 2-3 start for Coach Clough. They are absolutely rolling as a team, scoring over 64 points per game. And in the conference, Rockford has scored 70+ in 5 of 9 games. This is a Rams team playing as well as anybody in West Michigan right now. That is the task that Grandville is going to have to deal with, as Grandville comes in off a loss last time out for the Bull, or a near loss, I should say, what maybe felt like a loss to West Ottawa and what took overtime in that one. So Grandville may be losing a bit of momentum that they did have. Rockford has not lost an ounce of it.
No, after a rough start to the season for the Rams, relative to their standards, they've really got things figured out. Coach Clough got his team playing really well both ends of the floor and looking like a classic Rockford team that's ready to go on a run and try to win the conference and playing some of their basketball. For the Bulldogs, very close, an escape win on Tuesday night against the West Ottawa team that's down in the standings. Not sure if it's a game where maybe they're already looking forward to this one, knowing how much this one was going to mean, but able to escape with a win, the most important thing there, and set up this matchup here tonight.
The idea of an unstoppable force versus an immovable object. That is the Rockford offense and the Grandville defense this year. Like I just mentioned, Rockford has scored 70-plus points in 5 of 9 conference games. Grandville, defensively, have only given up 60 points once this year. It was the 61 they gave up to Rockford. And by the way, Grandville now in this last stretch that they have been on, now 6 or 7 straight games where they have allowed under 60 points in those contests, or under 50 points, I should say, in those contests. In the last 6 contests for Grandville, under 50 points allowed for a stifling Bulldog defense that gives up around 46 points per game on the year. So it's unstoppable, fast-moving, great offense for Coach Clough, and grinding, physical Grandville defense.
Yeah, strength for both of these teams. The Grandville team that started off the year pretty good defensively. Coach Young thought they could get better, and they sure have. The numbers speak for themselves. They're starting to really lock it down on the defensive end, coming into their own, figuring out how they have to put the pieces together with all their length and size and finding the right matchups. They've really started to get things figured out on the defensive end, but the Rams, always so good on offense, got multiple guys that can shoot it from beyond the arc, got multiple very gritty type guards that can go right at you, can handle the basketball. So we'll see who wins out. Both teams feeling pretty good in that matchup.
There's been a youth movement for both of these teams, in particular for Rockford. Dylan Gross started the year coming off the bench, their terrific sophomore guard. He's been starting the last few games, has been absolutely sensational, one of the best shooters on this team already, and one of the best shooters in the area. And Jake Bascom, their 6'4" sophomore forward, has been just as absolutely terrific. 13 points last time out against Grand Haven in the Rockford win in that one. CT, great underclassman there. We, of course, know the freshman Carter Wade, what he's meant to Grandville on both ends of the floor. The underclassmen, the youth, going to be starring today.
Yeah, going to play a big role in this one, especially the development of all those players since the last time these two teams met, some games under their belt, but I feel like the roles have really expanded for everyone that you talked about, Gross, as well as Wade in there, and they've really starting to be relied on more and kind of understanding what their role is on the team, both offensively, defensively. Both teams getting comfortable with those guys in the rotation, and so both have an impact on both sides to be a serious force here tonight and impact this game.
We talk about the youth, but both of these teams certainly like to go to their experience to get things done. For Rockford, that has certainly been Andrew Landis, their senior guard. Last time out against Grand Haven, he had 25 points. He's averaging 20 in his last 3 games. A terrific defensive player. He handles the ball well, but Andrew Landis, quite simply, might be the best shooter in West Michigan. And when he's right, like he is right now, there are a few people tougher to stop, maybe no one tougher to stop than Andrew Landis.
Yeah, he's got a very complete offensive game when he's got the outside shot, which he's had for years, and then his ball handling ability and ability to attack the basket make him very difficult to stop, and just a tremendous offensive player when he's got everything working as he has in this recent stretch, and going to be a big task for the Bulldogs to try to limit what he does numbers-wise on the offensive end.
And for Grandville last time out, the story certainly was the end of the contest, and it was Cam Regneris. It took overtime. It wasn't quite what they were probably looking and expecting against West Ottawa, but it wound up being a gritty win for Grandville. We're going to talk about Cam Regneris in a moment because he's coming off what might be the best game of his entire Grandville career, and it certainly was led by this moment. Heckman got Regneris with 11. Matches up against Barons with 10. Regneris jabbing with 8. Regneris off the drive with 5. Kicking out. Neves. Back Regneris 4. Cam Regneris with 2. Turns to win. Yes! Cam Regneris! Grandville wins! 26 points, none bigger than the final two. Cameron Ignaris, Grandville survives.
What a game.
CT, what a moment it was with Cameron Ignaris, and he has just been sensational again this year. The Grand Valley State commit, 26 points, 8 rebounds, averaging just shy of 15 points per game on the year. But like I said, we've seen Cam for 3 years, and I don't think we've ever seen a better game out of Cam, all things considered, than what he did Tuesday night.
Yeah, I don't think so, especially at the end of the game. I think everyone in the gym knew the ball was probably going to Ignaris there down the stretch, and they still able to get it to him. He's able to make that play, win the basketball game. Had a tremendous game before that, put up 26 points, and somehow continue to see him get better and better. The offensive game is developing. He's getting more confident, getting stronger, down low, able to get his shot in the post. And, of course, the defense has always been tremendous. The shot blocking ability, the post presence there to defend the paint. And so you're seeing really good basketball out of Cam, as we have now for years.
Both teams wrapping up their warm-ups right now, going back towards their locker rooms. Mention and talk a little bit more about Cameron Ignaris, because what he means. It's going to be an interesting matchup he has tonight, because Jake Bascom is going to be undersized by 4 or 5 inches or so against Cam down in the post. But Bascom's been playing so much well down the stretch. You would think Cameron Ignaris feasting in the post is going to again have to be a big part of a grinding offensive game plan if Grandville is going to be able to find some offense and win this game tonight. Cam again is going to have to be very critical and dominate his post matchup, which I think he has a chance to try to do against a terrific young player who's only getting better.
Yeah, I think so. I think you have to assume he's going to be a focal point for the Bulldogs, trying to get him the basketball early, get him involved, get him going, and get him, as he did on Tuesday night, get him some dunks early on. And you can tell that he just really, his game started to rise from there and able to take that into a complete game. And so I think if the Bulldogs can get him the basketball early on, kind of establish him in the post, you can build off from it from there. You've got other scorers around him that you can use. But of course, Coach Clough and the Rams do a tremendous job mixing up the looks defensively. They've got traps, they've got double teams that they can do, and the style of game that they can play. They know what you're going to try to go to. They're going to try to take that away, and we'll see early on who's able to control that.
Battle on the wing, going to be really fascinating. Caden Neves has been terrific for Grandville, especially on the defensive end of the floor. Yes, he's scoring around 10 points per game, but defensively, getting steals, pushing the issue on that end of the floor, along with Colin Highbor. Highbor's been a little up and down, suffered a head injury at the end of the game against West Ottawa. He is good to go. He will be a part of the starting lineup tonight, will Colin Highbor. So Grandville's got those two wings. Rockford, great guard play, like we mentioned, to Kuiper and Gross and Landis. But then you got a guy like Drake Irwin playing kind of a hybrid 4-3 sort of role. Of course, you know him as the quarterback for the Rams and the future Calvin Knight on the gridiron. But this is a Rockford team with a lot of athleticism to match. I don't know if Grandville is going to have quite that advantage that they've been able to utilize quite often on the wing. I think likely you're looking at Neves and Highbor having to shoot like incredibly well for them to have some of the same output we expect and have seen out of the Grandville wings.
I've seen those guys be able to take games over at times. Both Neves and Highbor put up some big numbers at times. They can shoot the ball well from beyond the arc. Both can slash to the basket. I think it's been just trying to find that consistency between those two guys and trying to get them going at the same time. Quite often it's been kind of a trade-off. Neves goes, Highbor's maybe not as much in the scoring, or Highbor has a big game in the 20s and Neves not as much. So I think getting those guys going on the same night, big part to try and beat the Rams, but the play of the guards is like matching up against them on the defensive end. The Rams got guys that aren't too big for the moment. They've seen a lot of different things. They play well within the system, know what they have to do. Might be slightly undersized when it comes to the Bulldogs' height, but they're going to know what they have to do defensively in order to try to limit the attack.
Rolling through on our Centennial Securities postgame show, the backcourt. So we obviously know what Gross and Landis and DeKuyper can do, absolutely killing you from deep, handling the ball, pressuring you in the full court. Grandville's backcourt, a freshman in Wade, and then Jackson DeYoung, who plays incredibly well off the ball, probably Grandville's best on-ball defender. That's the other matchup you have to watch. Is the expectation is that Rockford dominates the backcourt, as they do in almost every matchup. If Carter Wade and Jackson DeYoung can lock them up and can score some of their own, that goes a long way in Grandville being able to hand Rockford their first loss in conference play.
Yeah, I think so. I think the Rams, you kind of know what you're going to get with their guard play. They've got the guys that have seen this and are pretty experienced and kind of know the rivalry, of course. The Bulldogs, Carter Wade kind of got introduced to it last time, and I'm sure this is a game he's been looking forward to for a while, as well as Jackson DeYoung, who's been playing some tremendous on-ball defense and understanding what his role is. He's kind of switched from a point guard more off-ball on offense and then locking down on-man defense on his side of the court. So I think kind of a unique matchup there between those that position for both teams.
All right. getting a little bit closer. We're going to take one quick break and be back to get you your final keys to the game. And then we'll get you the lineups, the national anthem, and much more down courtside. This is the Centennial Securities pregame show.
What would you do with some extra time? Shop Fastlane today.
Somebody once said life moves pretty fast, and that's exactly how we like it. Want to build something? Great. Start businesses, build bridges, raise a whole city. Future in fighting crime? Want to save lives? Do it all here. But you've got to go forward fast. Because today is now, and tomorrow is soon. And to get ahead of the game, you got to get ahead of your time. This is your future, so take it and move all of us forward.
Aetna Supply is hiring. Aetna Supply is Michigan's #1 plumber wholesaler, servicing local customers for over 50 years. They offer great benefits, a 401k with company match, quarterly bonuses, and no Sundays. Once again, check them out at aetnasupply.com/careers or click on their logo on the Michigan Sports Radio homepage. Have you recently collided with a deer or been caught in an unfortunate accident? Don't worry, Car Center Collision and Glass is your trusted partner to bring your vehicle back to life. With convenient branches in Cedar Springs, Burton Heights, Alpine, and Big Rapids, we're right around the corner to provide expert assistance. From collision repairs to mechanical fixes, we're your one-stop solution for all your car needs. Check us out at carcentermi.com.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer here at Grandville on MGN. Before we get going again, want to one last time thank the Grandville AV class for the great pictures that they are producing for us here tonight. And quickly, CT, let's wrap up our Centennial pregame show with keys to the game. And mostly we're focusing on Rockford offense versus Grandville defense and what the Bulldogs have to do to slow down the Rams and vice versa.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to be a lot on that end of the floor. And relying on Cam Regnerus, he's going to have to defend that post area. Got multiple guards for the Rams that can attack, slash to the basket. Regnerus is going to have to protect that area, shut down shots at the rim, and allow the other defenders on the floor to be able to close out on the perimeter. They've got multiple shooters as well that they can kick it out. Rockford can, and they shoot a high percentage from beyond the arc. And so if Regnerus can hold up inside, allow the rest of the team to guard and close out on the perimeter, try to slow down the Rams' offensive attack.
And quickly, we'll certainly have a look at the pace of the game as well, because the expectation, just look at what they score. Higher pace would favor Rockford, lower pace likely favors Grandville.
Yeah, to see if the Bulldogs are able to slow things down. At times, the Rams have been able to dictate that against them and get them going up tempo, turn the basketball over, takes Regnerus out of the game on the offensive end a little bit more. That plays into the Rams' advantage.
Grandville head football coach Eric Stiegel is on the PA. We will send it down to him momentarily for the anthem and for our starting lineups here this evening from Grandville's Vanderslice Gymnasium. What a night it's already been from Vanderslice Gym. It's going to be a great atmosphere for this one for certain. Grandville Rockford round 2. The Rams took the first duel between these two rivals. We'll see who takes it the second time around in Grandville. That'll do it for our Centennial Securities pregame show. Let's send it down for the pregame festivities. Vanderslice Gymnasium is absolutely rocking, and we're ready to go. Coach Young brings out DeYoung, Wade, Neves, Regnerus, and Hybor. And Coach Clough brings out DeKuyper, Gross, Irwin, Landis, and Bascom. One last thank you again to the Grandville AV students for their production. We even have got the cam down on the floor tonight. A terrific production that they've helped supply us the video of. Regnerus and Bascom on the jump give about 4 inches to Cam Regnerus on this matchup. 14-3 Rockford riding a 12-game win streak in Grandville. Looking to keep pace in the OK Red. The Rams are unbeaten in the red. Grandville with 2 losses. Regnerus swings the first tip back. Carter Wade takes the possession, and off we go. Hybor feeding over for Jackson DeYoung. The defense from the sophomore Gross. Hybor dribbling to the corner, dumping, looking for Cam on the entry. It will stay with Grandville off that touch.
Bulldogs right away, first possession, trying to get the ball down to Regnerus. Hybor catching it in the short corner, was going to quickly in motion dump it off to Regnerus. Rams able to get a piece of it.
Carter Wade, the Bulldog freshman, looking for the inbound, finds Regnerus, back to Wade, out of the corner. And the freshman falls short. The board tracked in by Irwin, and the Rams are off and running for their first possession. DeKuyper, the junior, out of the wing. Grandville patented man-to-man half-court grinding pressure. It's what we see out of them ever since Coach Young showed up here, now in his 3rd season with the Bulldogs. Bascom out of the corner, gets the matchup on Regnerus, the sophomore, feeding Landis down low. The ball fake, got Neves to go up. And the Rams with Irwin draw first blood.
Patient underneath Irwin, not rushing the shot up, using the fake, gets Neves in the air. A little undersized with Irwin there. He's given up some height to both Neves and Regnerus, but patient attack works, gets between the defenders and gets the first points of the game.
Rams open man-to-man defensively as well. Carter Wade out of the mid-range, and the freshman splashes that one down.
Carter Wade, another guy that's not afraid of the moment. A couple shots early, missed the corner 3, but doesn't hesitate right there. Another pull-up jumper, able to create his shot. Gets the scoring started for the Bulldogs.
Bascom turns the back on Regnerus. Off the shimmy, the leaner is good. Jake Bascom right over the top of Cam Regnerus. Not many are able to go at Cam and do just that.
Especially a sophomore, a little tough shot. Undersized as well against Regnerus, but able to go and fade away, get that shot up over the top. Not an easy look.
Again, only one time this year Grandville has allowed more than 60 points in a game. It was Rockford 61. Hybor gets fouled by Landis for the first call of the ball game in a 4-2. Rockford early advantage, nearly 2 minutes gone in this one. Rockford, they score nearly 65 points per game on the year. They've gone 70 plus, as we mentioned in the pregame show, in 5 of 9 of their conference games. Grandville's offense really struggled against West Ottawa last time out. Off the drive, Wade taken away by Gross, the sophomore off and running. Gross, corner, Bascom to Landis, and Landis with 4 off a nice feed from Bascom. Rams by a couple of scores.
3-on-2 off the turnover. The Rams execute it well, kick it out initially. Bascom doesn't like it, able to get it down to Irwin.
Wade up top, Coach Clough in, barking out the calls, directing his defense, as animated as any coach does. Caden Neves off the mark, trying to get the answer. Here comes DeKuyper for the Rams. 5.5 to go in the first. Gross off the push. DeKuyper again to set it up. DeKuyper did not score against Grand Haven. Did have a couple assists and a couple of steals in that game and that win over the Buccaneers last time on Tuesday for Rockford. Bascom now gets the matchup against Neves. Switch, Neves over to Irwin and DeKuyper. 5 minutes to go. The Rams to take their time here offensively. Couple of subs up from the Rockford bench set to come in. DeKuyper off the flip from Landis. Back to Landis. Jackson DeYoung locking him up. Landis forced to give it on to Irwin. Off the drive, scoring around Cam Regnerus. Drake Irwin was 6 early in this one. A terrific start for the Rams senior.
Baseline drive from Irwin that time. Out of the corner. Beats Neves and then gets it up before Regnerus could get over.
DeKuyper given the full court pressure will pick up the foul. Xander Sorokin comes in for Carter Wade for Grandville, as the Rams are going to bring Isaac Poot along with Lucas pitch on here. Carter Wade getting a drink, getting a word from Grandville assistant coach and his older brother Ryan right now. Off the curl, Hybor. From the line, Hybor. Quick triggers off the mark. Neves tracked in the rebound. It'll go Rockford's way. The Bulldogs' offensive woes from Tuesday. They shot just 41% and sub 20% from three. Certainly rearing its ugly head right now early again for Grandville.
Have to try to break out of that funk pretty early on. Already given up a couple points now to the Rams. Don't have a ton of time to try to figure this out. Missed a couple threes. Hybor missing the mid-range right there.
Bascom from the mid-range, unable to knock it down. Sorokin pushes to Hybor. Xander Sorokin, we've seen his minutes increasing down the stretch of the season. Regneris locked up. Neves with space for three. Caden Neves on the score sheet with a triple.
That'll help bring some percentages up right there, and it starts with a post touch for Regneris. The double team comes over. Regneris able to get the pass over the top, back out to an open Neves.
Gross gets fouled by Sorokin. First call of the game on the Bulldogs. 3:44 in the first. Feels like a big three from Neves to kind of free Grandville from some of the offensive struggling shackles early on in this one, but mostly you saw how well Cam Regneris getting locked up in the post as the Bulldogs will go to work defensively right here. Pitch on the wing. Off the drive, bounding, and a foul on Caden Neves. Now two on either team. First on Neves, and Lucas Pitch, the lanky 6'6" junior, who had 9 points in the last game against Grand Haven, will go to the stripe here.
Pitch going right at Neves, and good use of the body. Leaning into Neves and then getting the ball in the offhand way off to the left side to where Neves couldn't block it, forcing him to have to go through.
Pitch able to hit the first. So good work at the line. Lucas Pitch picked up the foul and then goes 2 of 2 at the stripe. Xander Sorokin to run the Bulldog offense over half. Hounded here by Poot defensively. Hybor out of the corner. Stepped on the end line in front of the Ram bench. And the Bulldogs turn it over down 5.
Spacing in the start to that possession a little bit off right away. Sorokin and Hybor meeting tight along that sideline there. Multiple defenders and really nothing you can do offensively. Just trying to get started in possession and leads to a turnover.
Bascom out of the corner. Late arriving Cam Regneris was no match. Bascom with 5. The Rams rolling early. You have to wonder when Coach Young might be reaching for a timeout here.
Rams striking early, able to quickly get up the floor. Bascom open.
Sorokin off the drive gets fouled. That'll be the third of the quarter on Rockford. Physical game early. There's been 5 total fouls called, but I think there's even been some not called. It's been a physical game. Both these teams want to be physical. For certain, Landis will take a break here for the Rams as Seth Anderson checks in. Grandville will bring Heckman in for DeYoung. Vanderhart, the other Grandville youngster, the sophomore, also in for Coach Young. Regneris. Defended here by Irwin. Vanderhart off the drop will hand for Colin Hybor. Hybor pass poked and stolen by Irwin. The active hands, defense looking for offense to Kuiper, corner 3. Missed it all, board to Hybor. Heckman. With Irwin locking him up. Hybor, quick trigger 3. And Poot the board. Grandville's offense back to being ice cold. It's a week-long struggle for them. Irwin off the drive will go to the stripe.
Irwin really dominating in this first quarter. 6 points. Going to get to the free throw line to try to add to that in transition again. Even though that time didn't have numbers. Saw the Bulldogs defense still on their heels. Went right at him. Both Vanderhart and Heckman both right in the area, forced to commit the foul.
And again, the race for the OK Red right now. Rockford unbeaten at the top, 9-0. Grandville with 2 losses, now tied in the loss column with East Kentwood, who lost to Hudsonville, with 3 in the loss column earlier tonight. 1 of 2 at the stripe for Irwin. The Rams stretch it to 9, and Drake Irwin has got 7 of his team's 14 early. Half the offense coming from the standout senior. Sorokin trying to get by Isaac Poot. No look, Heckman, triple. Anderson drops for Irwin. Pitch, and we'll roll it to the corner. Anderson triggers and hits. Anderson from deep. A 17-5 start for the Rams. Anderson is fired up, and Rockford are all over the Bulldogs on the road to begin. We'll be right back.
It's a beautiful time of year, but for many, it is also the beginning of allergy season, which means lots of sneezing, itchy, watery eyes, runny nose, constant drainage, or ear pressure. These are all allergy symptoms we regularly treat. Don't let your allergy stop you from enjoying what you love to do outdoors. We have several ear, nose, throat, and allergy specialists ready to see you. Find us online at MichiganENTallergy.com. We look forward to helping you enjoy the outdoors again.
Welcome back to Vanderslice Gym. All Rockford early, CT. 1:55 to go. 17-5, and everyone getting in the action a little bit. 7 for Irwin, 5 for Bascom. Anderson knocking down that last triple. It's been both ends of the floor, and Rockford showing why they're on a 12-game win streak while playing some of the best West Michigan has to offer. This team continues to roll right now.
They've looked really good, both ends of the floor. Bulldogs continue to fight it, shooting from the field. Rams locking them down and then turning that into the offense getting to move pretty quickly.
An official timeout right here, as it looks like we had some moisture on the bench from in front of Coach Clough. So the Bulldogs will be forced to inbound again right here against the pressure, which I think caused some murmurs from some of the Grandville side as they did so. It goes in here to Sorokin. Isaac Puth, the junior, football kick returner and safety, one of just the best athletes that Rockford has to offer, has been following around Sorokin. Hackman has it poked, saves it in the high board. Anderson rips it on to a running Drake Irwin. Straight to the cup and one. Defense into offense. Drake Irwin with 9.
Drake Irwin continues to find himself leading the attack for the Rams in the open floor. That time one-on-one went right at Vanderhart. Knew he had the size in that matchup. Leans right into Vanderhart, gets the foul, gets the bucket, and the early momentum.
Irwin able to hit that. 10 points now in the first quarter. Carter Wade will check back in for Grandville. I can't believe I haven't done that yet this year. Carter Wade will check back in for Grandville. And the Rams again will set up some full court pressure as right now I think they can sense a little bit of blood in the water with the start of this one. Wade stops off the drive for Vanderhart. Down low, Regneris, the jam to bring a little bit more life into the Bulldog gym.
Defensively, the Rams have been able to take Regneris away for the most part, but right there, Cam able to get some really good positioning, had the lane, Vanderhart able to get that pass in there, and then easy dunk for Regneris as he turns to the bucket.
Lucas pitch with space. Following Anderson, no. Pitch one more chance. Puth the board. To Kuiper for pitch down low. Reaching Irwin. He'll get another look and he'll go to the line. It's second effort. It's rebounds. It's terrific ball movement. It is absolutely unbeatable when teams are rolling like this. Again, Grandville gives up 45 points per game, and they're on their way to giving up nearly 25 in the first quarter.
Yeah, we don't see the Bulldogs defense look like this very often, but the Rams just continue to go right at them. And then 3, 4, 5 opportunities on the offensive glass. Bulldogs just trying to recover and unable to get a box out on anyone. Eventually, Irwin capitalizes.
Landis and Gross back in here for Coach Clough. Working on going to be a career-type night for Drake Irwin. Young man who has enjoyed playing against Grandville in his life in multiple sports, and he's able to hit both the line. 12 in the first quarter for Irwin. What a start for the Rams. Sorokin with 33 seconds in the first. Regneris locked up by Bascom, who's been doing by Irwin, I should say there, who's been doing a terrific job on him defensively. Vanderhart reaching corner, somehow Wade able to snag it. Wade off the drive from the lane, popping, and the freshman with a really tough one to put the Bulldogs back on the board.
Second basket of the night for Carter Wade, and he's had to create both of them. Tough in the mid-range, not easy shots, but he's been able to hit them.
Landis with 4 seconds. Landis poked by Wade. Vanderhart on the floor. That'll do it for the first. All Rockford in the first. 22-9 after one. We're going to step aside. Be right back here from Vanderslice Gym.
Somebody once said life moves pretty fast, and that's exactly how we like it. Want to build something? Great. Start businesses, build bridges, raise a whole city. Future in fighting crime? Want to save lives? Do it all here. But you've got to go forward fast. Because today is now, and tomorrow is soon. And to get ahead of the game, you got to get ahead of your time. This is your future, so take it and move all of us forward.
Cornerstone University.
The professors are very open to helping whenever they can.
Academic excellence, character-driven athletics, Christ-centered community involvement.
Cornerstone has been a great opportunity for me to grow as a leader, just being able to approach people and be warm and welcoming and hospitable.
Experience it for yourself. Attend a Golden Eagle Day at Cornerstone for a taste of campus life and the chance to meet faculty and staff. To arrange a visit for your high school junior or senior, go to cornerstone.edu. Cornerstone University. Build a life that matters.
Welcome back to Grandville. The Rams are unbeaten in conference play. They've won 12 in a row, and they're showing a lot of it in the early running of this one. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer. The Rams will take it out of the break, and they lead 22-9 as Gross will feed free throw line to Irwin. Nice little flip to Landis. Bascom out of the corner. Dumping Landis, quick trigger over top of Neves, and another offensive rebound to Rockford. Landis down low. Corner picked off by Vanderhart. Good active hands to finally end the possession by the Grandville sophomore.
And much better defensively, holding up initially. They give up the offensive rebound once again, which you don't like to see for the Bulldogs, but holding up.
3 on the way, and good. The freshman Wade with another one, and the Bulldogs cut it to 10.
Wade doing everything he can to try to keep the Bulldogs in it offensively early on. 7 points for him now, a deep 3 right there.
Gross over top of Wade. Board to Bascom. Another offensive board turns into 2 more for Rockford. It's becoming one of the biggest talking points right now for the Bulldogs as their issues wrapping up the end of possessions with a rebound. Sorokin hounded here by Gross. Wade, low dribbles to Kuiper, ripping it, and a held ball. It'll stay with Grandville. Good defense there from DeKuyper.
Wade being hounded entirely the whole way by DeKuyper, trying to reach in there, poke it free, waiting for the right moment, finally found it, able to get in there and tie it up.
Wade in the corner, reaching, somehow finds Regneris against the double, and Cam will fight his way to the line. First foul of the quarter. Just 2 points in this one for Cam Regneris, who has been pretty effectively shut out of the ballgame as Irwin picks up his first whistle.
Bulldogs tried to give him the basketball at times, but it's not been easy. The Rams are doing everything they can defensively to try to take Regneris away from the basket, deny the basketball down low to him. Takes a tough pass right there from Carter Wade to get the bounce down and into him between the double team.
One more coming up here for Regneris. And he missed them both. Neves tracks down the board. And Caden Neves saves the possession with the rebound into the 2. 10-point game again. Neves now with 5.
They're going to need Neves to continue to play big on the glass on the offensive side there for the Bulldogs, able to get one back.
DeKuyper off the curl, over top of Sorokin. Board settled down by Vanderhart, who gets fouled from behind by Irwin. Coach Clough saying settle it down. That's now 2 on Irwin and 2 in the quarter on the Rams.
The way Irwin was playing in the first quarter, big right there that he's going to have to find the bench, at least for a couple minutes now with his second foul. And Bulldogs still down 10 here, but maybe starting to feel that they can steal a little bit of the energy back after getting a stop there and made shot on the other end.
Lucas pitch in his stead. Highbore back in for the Bulldogs as Sorokin takes a seat. Wade from the mid-range. Pitch the board. to Kuiper, swinging to Landis. Landis stepping around into the three. Bascom saves the rebound into Gross.
Yeah, and it's been the Rams making all those effort plays right there, even off the air ball. Bascom not giving up on it, jumping, running, saving that one from going out of bounds and keeping the possession alive.
Neves locking up Gross, who finds Bascom as the two sophomores connected. Now off the jab, pitch got free, reaching. Gross, triple try, splash. A possession that I think shows off what Rockford's done in this ball game. Offensive rebound, ball movement, extra pass, extra effort, and a knockdown triple. Stolen away, Gross pushing for pitch. Stopped by Neves, and pitch will go to the line. First foul of the quarter on the Bulldogs.
The Rams have the ability to turn things around in a hurry. They airball at three, but the effort play keeps the possession alive, and you just can't continue to give them that many looks. They're going to take advantage of it, as they have so far to this point in the game, and then before you know it, you're turning it over on the other end, and they're running back, and they can snowball things in a hurry on you.
Second foul on Caden Neves, and Jackson DeYoung will come in for him here. Andrew Landis, believe it or not, despite Rockford doubling up Grandville 28-14, Landis scoreless right now in this one for the Rams. Pitch able to hit the second as well. And Landis, as we mentioned earlier, coming in averaging 20 over his last 3 games. DeYoung able to track it down to the corner. Regneris, Wade, the freshman. Gross into the three. Sophomore just off the mark with that. Regneris tracks down the board against the pressure and able to whip it on for DeYoung. Carter Wade sizes up pitch. Bascom, Regneris fighting down the block. Step back three, Wade off the mark. Good move, can't get the finish. Landis the run out, nearly to the halfway point of the second. Landis spinning off the window, cannot get on the score sheet for the first time yet. Wade pounding it for Vanderhart. The Bulldogs underclassmen in the backcourt. Regneris to the cup, trying to draw the contact, doesn't get it as Landis is running. Landis snakes to the basket. Roll out, no. Highboard back the other way. Colin Highboard pushes, basket reverse, no. Regneris follow. He'll get another chance, ripping down. A quick held ball whistle, and it will go the other way. Gibson Connolly set to check in for Cam Regneris.
Regneris, I think, frustrated the last trip down the floor. He got bumped into, going to his floater, and then that time, I think a tie ball, but still maybe some frustration from the previous time down the floor. It's been getting bumped around a little bit down low, and it's been a pretty physical game on both ends of the floor. I think just some frustration right there. It's Cam wanting a foul call down low as he struggled to get going offensively.
Poot for pitch. Bascom trying to get the post up against Connolly. Now he'll work from the perimeter. Jake Bascom turning underneath. Can't get the rattle. Board to pitch. Lobbed. Bascom easy two. What a game for that sophomore. And a foul right away on the inbound here against Poot. But Bascom with 9, plus the terrific defensive play on Cam Regneris, the sophomore, making a little bit of a statement this evening.
Yeah, he's had a big matchup, and he's played really well early on. Very creative around the basket there. He missed the first shot, eventually getting another look at it. Defensively holding up really well on that end of the floor.
That was the second foul on Poot, now the third on the Rams, 1 on Grandville in this quarter. Sorokin dishing nicely, Highboard 3. Anderson able to fight to the rebound. Nothing falling for Grandville, a lot falling for Rockford, and when it doesn't fall, they're grabbing the board and getting another chance. Reverse layup, Lucas pitch, 33-14.
Pitch 6 points off the bench, and reverse layup right there. Goes around, gets the defender, uses the backboard as a helper right there, and gets the lay-in.
Coach Young, forced to call a timeout, will take one as well.
Hearing experts sell and service several brands of hearing aids. Are you having trouble having a conversation or unable to hear the latest play of the game? We perform comprehensive hearing exams and use real ear measurements to ensure optimal functioning hearing aids for your unique needs. Our highly trained doctors of audiology are dedicated to helping you reconnect with your world. Visit MichiganHearingExperts.com to find a location near you and take the first step towards better hearing with Michigan Hearing Expert.
Welcome back to Grandville. It is all Rockford, 33-14. Combination of one of the Rams' better games of the year, doing it all, both ends of the floor, second chance points, scoring it, and simply one of the worst games of the year. I think Coach Young and his team would probably tell you that they've played so far this season.
Bulldogs really haven't had an answer so far for what the Rams have been doing on either end, and now have 2.5 minutes to try to figure something out to make it a closer game at the half and try to strike in the second.
Sorokin banks in the three off the curl.
They're going to need some shots like that to fall in order for the Bulldogs to come back, and that's a start for Sorokin.
All the way back the other way, DeKuyper will get himself to the stripe. That foul goes on Sorokin for his second, and the second on the Bulldogs. 3 on Rockford. And it is DeKuyper at the stripe. DeKuyper has not scored yet in this game. And really just an all-around point guard is what DeKuyper brings this team. Defense, ball handling, just the perfect guy with all the shooters, all the scoring around him, brings all those elements in. Baskin will take a seat, so really 5 guards out there right now for the Rams. DeKuyper able to go 1 of 2. Sorokin along the end line, steps out of bounds. Starting to snowball for Grandville.
Sure is. And Sorokin trying to go along the baseline, was going to kick out of it, try to collapse the defense, but as the physical defense stayed with him the entire way, had nowhere to go but step along the end line there and turn it over.
Again, can't stress it with what happened in East Kentwood tonight with the Falcons losing. A chance for Rockford as Landis gets free, and Landis gets on the score sheet for the first time. But with the East Kentwood loss, a chance for Rockford to take a 2-game lead in the conference here tonight. DeYoung all the way to the basket, and Jackson DeYoung with a tough finish. Grandville starting to find a couple more of those tough shots to go, but the problem is they're starting to find them when they've been down 15-20.
Yeah, got to get a stop on the defensive end and then let your offense start to work.
Pitch, trying to match up against Regneris. Out of the hands of Poot, who chases it down. Final 1:15. Rams are going to slow it down. Maybe been thinking going a little 4 corners and slowing it way down to maybe take this thing into the locker room. Pitch to the final 60 seconds. To Kuiper. Sorokin will crowd him. High board draws Poot here. Poked out by Regneris with 52.7, and it sure seems like Coach Clough is willing to take this score into the locker room.
And see how aggressive the Bulldogs want to get. You see him extending the defense right there. Cam Regneris going pretty strong, trying to reach in and knock that one free. Got a couple fouls to give before we be shooting free throws, and see if the Bulldogs are going to let them run the clock out or if they're going to try to steal it away.
They brought some pressure here. Wade is in for Sorokin for the Bulldogs. Final 48 seconds. Dylan Gross for Isaac Poot with 38. Poot, curling wing. Final 30 seconds with Gross. Rams killing the clock. Gross. $15 seconds and less. Highbor continues to stick on Dylan Gross, the sophomore, who's got 3 for Rockford. Off the drive, Gross. Off the stop for Landis with 6. Landis with 3. Off the drive, swatted by Cam, but a foul. Coach Young is incensed with the call. It is on Connolly. And it will be 2 at the line with 1.4 on the clock for Andrew Landis.
Clock running down. Landis had to go, and Connolly providing a bump more on the floor. Regnerus got over the top and swatted it. Wasn't any contact there. It was more on the ground as Connolly trying to stay in front.
So 3 now for Landis. Again, I think you told Grandville fans, Andrew Landis only has 3 in the first half. They're probably pretty happy. Make it 4 in the first half, but they're probably pretty happy, wondering how much they led the game by at the half. Jackson DeYoung's heave is off the mark. It's 38-19 at the break. All Rockford at Vanderslice Gymnasium CT. We move on to our Farmers Insurance halftime show. Give us your first thoughts. A clinic on both ends of the floor by the Rams. Absolute clinic.
Yeah, really impressive. I think, you look at the win streak and easy to say they're playing some really good basketball, and then you see it out here on the floor, and they're playing some really, really good basketball right now on both ends. They can go quick. They worked in transition, Irwin early on. But they've also, they're almost taking a minute off and running the clock out. Just a really well-coached team and looked prepared for this game in this moment.
Dominant first half from Rockford. They lead at 38-19 at the break as they look to stay unbeaten in the OK Red. We're going to step aside, be right back with some stats and highlights from this one.
Looking for a great place to buy a used truck or car? Check out Extreme Truck and Auto Center, located at 1098 O'Malley Drive in Coopersville. They have a huge selection of trucks, cars, vans, and SUVs. Stop by their lot or give them a call at 616-384-3777. You can check out their inventory at xtacenter.com.
Michigan hearing experts sell and service several brands of hearing aids. Are you having trouble having a conversation or unable to hear the latest play of the game? We perform comprehensive hearing exams and use real ear measurements to ensure optimal functioning hearing aids for your unique needs. Our highly trained doctors of audiology are dedicated to helping you reconnect with your world. Visit MichiganHearingExperts.com to find a location near you and take the first step towards better hearing with Michigan Hearing Expert.
Cornerstone University.
The professors are very open to helping whenever they can.
Academic excellence, character-driven athletics, Christ-centered community involvement.
Cornerstone has been a great opportunity for me to grow as a leader, just being able to approach people and be warm and welcoming and hospitable.
Experience it for yourself. Attend a Golden Eagle Day at Cornerstone for a taste of campus life and the chance to meet faculty and staff. To arrange a visit for your high school junior or senior, go to cornerstone.edu. Cornerstone University. Build a life that matters.
The Grand Rapids Sports Hall of Fame celebrates the city's rich sports history by honoring prominent West Michigan athletes and those who have contributed greatly to sports on a local, state, or national level. A class is elected each year and then honored at an induction ceremony in the fall. They also prevent annual events in support of West Michigan athletics, and they raise funds to support local youth organizations and charities. Follow them on Facebook or check out the pictures and biographies of all 181 inductees at grshof.com.
Welcome back to Vanderslice Gym. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer. It is all Rockford here on MGN on Michigan Sports Radio. He said it, a clinic, both ends. It was the efficient offense. And when they missed a shot, I'm curious to see what the official total came in terms of the rebounding, because it had to have been a very, very high number for certain offensive rebounds. Defensively, no room to breathe for Grandville. A lot of turnovers thrown in. All Rockford, and the score sheet's going to tell the story in that too.
And it sure will. Start with the Bulldogs. Carter Wade had 7 points. Neves had 5. Sorokin had 3. Young and Regnerus each with 2 points for the Rams. Leading all scorers, Irwin with 12. Bascom with 9. Pitch with 6. Landis had 4. Anderson and Gross with 3. And DeKuyper with 1 point.
All right, let's take a look at a couple highlights back in the first half. We've got one from Rockford, one from Grandville. Drake Irwin was the leading scorer in that first half. This tough and one, probably the high point of a really terrific effort he put in. And he put up those 12 points, only playing about a quarter until he picked up his second foul early in the second quarter, and Coach Clough decided to keep him on the bench until the end of the frame. Offer has been following around Sorokin. Heckman has it poked, saves it in the high board. Anderson rips it on to a running Drake Irwin. Straight to the cup and one. Defense into offense. And then one highlight, despite the struggles for Grandville and despite the struggles for Cam Regneris. He had one of his worst halves, coming off his best performance, like we said, maybe in his career, really struggled. And Jake Bascom did an incredible job, along with Drake Irwin, to help lock him up in that regard. He only was able to score from the field once, and this was it. Wade stops off the drive for Vanderhart. Down low, Regneris, the jam to bring a little bit more life into the Bulldog gym. So that's Cam Regneris on the dunk, and like I said, CT, the matchup in the post, certainly one that I want to quick highlight a little bit here during our Farmers Insurance halftime show, because we expected, as always, Regneris to dominate, but the work of Irwin and Bascom, locking him up defensively, and then also the work with the ball movement, the cuts, and just completely getting Cam tied up and unable to hit all the different passing lanes and drives to the basket. I think Rockford, they did in a way a lot of teams can't do it because of their ability to pass and to cut and to do things, but they really showed the blueprint of how you can try to attack Cam Regneris so far tonight.
Yeah, definitely. I think the Rams of all the teams are going to know how to attack the Bulldogs, and they know Cam is going to have to lead the Bulldogs on both ends of the floor. They know they're going to have to try to take him out of it as much as they can. On the offensive end, you see them play really physical, force him away from the basketball. If he does touch it, they're sending double teams, they're sending extra bodies to try to force it out. On the defensive end, yeah, you know Regneris is going to protect the paint and try to be that shot blocker, and he's going to shut things down. But if you can kind of draw him out, if you can send multiple cuts towards the basket where he's got multiple different guys, not really sure, you've got multiple options where you can get the basketball to and then have an open look. They've been effective doing so, and it's been a tremendous game plan to try to limit the impact of Regneris for the Bulldogs on either end.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. Be right back here as we'll get you some final keys for the second half, and then get you to the second half. 38-19, all Rockford.
The 10 winners of the Nobel Peace Prize or the last 5 Miss Americas, the point is the applause dies and the achievements are forgotten. But can you name 3 friends who helped you through tough times or teachers who encouraged you in school? We remember those who make a difference in our lives. I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. What matters to us are the personal relationships we have with our clients, helping them build a secure financial future. As a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Hey everyone, Nate from Michigan Game Night. If you haven't already, make sure to check out the MGN shop. You can find it through MichiganGameNight.com or the Michigan Game Night page on Michigan Sports Radio. Click on the Buy MGN Merch button or tab on either page and find your way on over. You can check out a store that has hats, beanies, sweatshirts, t-shirts, water bottles, and everything in between, from just simple MGN logo designs to playoff featured designs, designs with famous calls and moments from MGN, and much, much more. Make sure you check out the MGN shop through MichiganGameNight.com or MichiganSportsRadio.com/MGN.
Can you identify your number 1 personal trait? The thing that you do better than most others? If not, this may be a good time to think this through. If you're really good at writing, then why use the phone? If you're great on the phone, why use email? If you have exceptional human relation skills, why sit back and let others lead? I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities Company. Playing to our strengths is something we do very well at Centennial. And if you're already a customer, you know what I mean. If not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Welcome back to Grandville. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer on MGN on Michigan Sports Radio. Thanks again to the great pictures coming in from the Grandville AV students. Terrific broadcast they're putting on the handheld down on the floor as well. Tonight we really appreciate them for letting us kind of hook into their feed that you can also find going on the Grandville Athletics YouTube page. 38-19 at the break in this one. Chandler wrapping up our Farmers Insurance halftime show. Keys to the second half for Grandville if they're going to mount a near 20-point comeback in the second half.
Yeah, I think to start on the defensive end, you're gonna have to find a way to get some stops, but even when they've got stops, they got to get a defensive rebound. You got to be able to box out, and just way too many chances for the Rams, and they've got second chance opportunities. Again, curious the exact number, but they were multiple looks. Almost felt like every time down the floor, the Rams were getting putbacks or able to extend the possession, eventually get another better look, and so they got to limit the chances that the Rams have on the defensive end. Offensively, it's been just a lot of ISO-type ball. Carter Wade's had a couple times where he's been able to create a shot, but haven't been able to get the ball down low and haven't been able to create their own shot. Got to get a screen and cut off the ball against this physical style of defense against the Rams and then try to hit some shots. It's been a struggle now for multiple, going back to the last game and then through the first half of this one where they're struggling from the field. Going to have to start to get hot, which is not an easy thing to do, the way the Rams play defense against you.
Grandville will get it to start the second half. DeYoung, Wade, Neves, Regnerus, and Highbore. And here is Regnerus, the early touch and the early score. If we're talking about the primary keys to the second half, that's a big one, is him. Back the other way, Regnerus able to rip it down. Impact plays on both sides of the floor from Cam, and Wade and the Bulldogs come out running here. Regnerus. DeYoung, corner three. Quick little run for the Bulldogs. A 5-0 run to start. DeYoung down the hatch. And a timeout right away from Coach Clough. So that changes the math just a little bit on the way. This second half has started now. 38-24, the quick run from the Bulldogs. Attention all golfers. Want to keep your game in shape? The leaderboard indoor golf has you covered with over 500 courses, a full bar, and 17 TVs. The leaderboard indoor golf is the perfect place to work on your game, host events and parties, compete in leagues. Visit theleaderboardgolf.com or call 616-500-8709 to book. That's theleaderboardgolf.com. Quick run. I mean, you've got to string that together a few more times, at least 3 or 4 more times, but the start that Grandville was looking for, able to get the big tough finish with Regnerus, and then DeYoung knocks down a 3 and they force a timeout.
Yeah, good start, and you're hoping to extend that now. 5-0 through the first 37 seconds, forcing the timeout. Hopefully get a little bit of energy back in the second half and carry that out. Is able to get a stop on the defensive end. Got a couple buckets. Now we're trying to settle into the game a little bit.
Grandville bringing some extended trapping pressure here out of the halftime break as they've moved away from their man-to-man physical, patented defensive brand of style of play. DeKuyper off the trap, off the curl. Gross over top of Neves. Got it. That was pure from the sophomore.
Second triple from Gross, and big one right there to answer the 5-0 run by the Bulldogs early in the third.
Stolen away by the Rams. Landis to Gross. On the floor, Wade. Tie up, stays with Rockford. 6.5 to go, 41-24. And a 3 there from Gross really took a lot of the air back out of this building.
Yeah, I think so. I think the Bulldogs, another shot or two, if they'd been able to extend that run, could have really brought this gym to life. But Gross able to silence the crowd temporarily, and now going to get another possession.
Half-court trap here for the Bulldogs. Gross to the corner. Landis triggers and hits. Andrew Landis, he was very quiet in the first half, and that Grandville run we talked about has now been negated, and it's now a -1.5.
That's how quickly the Rams can turn things around. Some really good shooters from beyond the arc. Gross hits one, Landis hits one. Got a lot of guys that can do it.
Wade, DeYoung, off the drive, dumping, Regnerus, and 1. Tough finish from Cam Regnerus, starting to look himself a little bit more in the second half. That one goes on Bascom. That's his just first foul.
Just 2 points for Regnerus in the first half. Already has bested that here in the third with 4.
Cam able to complete the 3-point play after he missed a couple at the line earlier. Dogs are trapping. We have not seen a full half of trapping pressure like this out of Grandville, well, really ever, but with this sort of deficit, they're going to have to go to it. Gross all alone. Wade the board. Stolen from behind. What an effort by Landis. DeKuyper to the basket. Grandville basketball. And Drake Irwin was definitely making his feelings on that call known to the official. Now they're going to talk about it here. Wow. They will reverse the call. Originally deemed to have gone off the leg of the Ram. Instead, Rockford basketball. Coach Young now not happy.
I think he's mostly upset that the official right underneath the basket was the one that initially made the call, and it was one further away and down along the end line here that was making it and overruled.
And now Irwin goes to the stripe. First foul of the quarter on the Bulldogs. That one goes on Caden Neves. That is 3 on Caden. Coach Clough will call his backcourt over for a quick meeting, quick draw up session as the first one goes for Irwin.
Anytime Irwin's been in the game, he's pretty much been scoring the basketball. He didn't play much in the second, didn't score, but had those 12 points in the first quarter. Now scoring once again here in the third at the free throw line.
Vanderhart is in for Neves off the foul. Irwin misses that, but still 13 in the ball game. Highbore from the elbow. And Colin Highbore still looking for his first points of the night. Landis, or Irwin, I should say, all the way to the basket, coast to coast. Drake Irwin.
Bulldogs never stopping the basketball all the way up the floor, and Irwin sees it, takes the wide open lane, gets the lay-in, and he'll take that.
Foul here on DeKuyper, second of the quarter on the Rams. Second whistle also on Irwin, or on DeKuyper, who will take a seat. Poot will come in as Irwin takes a seat along with DeKuyper here. Pitch is also in. .20 lead for Rockford. Regnerus for Highbore, tries it quickly and gets the rattle. Finally, Colin Highbore able to take the seal off the basket. We'll see if that gets 33 in white going.
The Bulldogs desperately need it. Anytime Highbore is scoring, the number is kind of right around double digits. If he can get to 10 plus, the Bulldogs look like a completely different team. When he's held in check offensively, then that's when they really have their struggles.
Down low, Regnerus has it poked. It'll stay with the Rams. Bascom, the sophomore, winds it up, can't knock it from deep. Regnerus gave the shimmy into the double, gets fouled. It'll go on Poot. Third foul of the quarter on the Rams.
As soon as Regnerus is touching the basketball, the double team coming from the Rams, and Regnerus has had the choice of whether he wants to try to make a move or kick it out. To this point, he's been kicking it out, trying to help his teammates across the court so far to this point, but they're deciding he was going to try to go for it. Tries to split the double team, picks up the foul call.
Poot will take a seat. That was his third foul. 3 for Regnerus, stretching the floor.
I don't see Regnerus shoot a ton of threes, but getting some space right there, the defender off, not respecting his ability to shoot it from deep, and he takes it.
Rams beat the pressure again. Here's Landis. Blocked by Regnerus, but a foul. Second foul on Cam. That one goes for Landis. Sorokin for Vanderhart. DeYoung, with 3 already in the quarter. Quick 3, Highbore. And Colin Highbore starting to feel it a little bit.
Of course, guy that he can get it going pretty quickly. I've seen has such a smooth shot when he gets confidence. knocks one down earlier there, hits a second.
And right back, an answer from Andrew Landis.
Rams so good, just not giving up and always having an answer right there. Landis has had a big third quarter now, multiple threes for him in the third. Another big one and the answer right there.
Regnerus fouled off the drive. That'll be 3 on Drake Irwin, 4 on the team. But for Landis, who was held scoreless deep into the second quarter, now 12 points in the ball game. We'll see if Irwin takes a seat. He will not. It's Gross going to the bench for DeKuyper. Irwin will stick out there. Irwin locking up Regnerus. Cam to the basket, will go to the line. That's the 5th of the quarter on the Rams, and if that's on Irwin, that's 4.
There's catching that one in the corner off the inbound and then spinning, going right at Irwin. Irwin pleading his case that he was not the one that committed the foul right there, but now with 4 fouls, going to be on the bench for a while, and he's one of the leading scorers for the Rams up to this point.
15 for Irwin in this game. Regnerus knocks down the first at the line. Ever so slowly, Grandville's been trying to knock down the lead a little bit, but we have to make more inroads if they're going to really come back in this one in full force. Regnerus able to hit them both. Cam now with 12 in the ball game. And Grandville trapping 1-2, 1-1 pressure right here. They've yet to force a turnover in the backcourt. Over the timeline to pitch. Anderson reaching for Bascom and around. DeKuyper off the drive. Blocked. It'll last deflect off the combination of Hybor and Regnerus. 2.5 to go in the third. Bascom corner. Pitch off the jab, little sky hook, got the nice touch finish over top of Vanderhart. All the way down the floor, spiked in by Bascom, but unable to fully save that one. Poot will check in for the Rams here along with Gross. I mean, the one thing that stands out is the effort plays Rockford's making. While they've been up 15 to 20 points, they're the team that's been winning more of the 50-50 balls, making more of those effort plays right now.
Yeah, all game long, they've been saving it out of bounds. They've been having multiple guys, bodies on the floor, diving for the basketball, and not that the Bulldogs haven't at all, but the Rams, most of the game.
Colin Hybor was looking for his third 3 of the quarter. Inside the final 2 minutes now, and it's Hybor who's got the defense on DeKuyper. Rams again will take their time at the end of a quarter here. DeKuyper. Nearly stolen away by Carter Wade. Reaching past DeKuyper. Clutches, carries Grandville basketball. Eventually able to force the turnover after Rockford's able to kill 30-plus seconds there.
Coach Young encouraging his defense there to get really aggressive. Knew that the Rams were not even looking to attack.
And an official timeout. I think it was the official saying it was an official. It was on me, but Coach Clough was signaling for a 30-second timeout. So I do not think that was obviously given to the Rams. I think it was just simply a quick call as Rockford's going to break out a 2-3 zone right here. First time we've seen this out of the Rams. Wade, Regnerus, 1:10 in the third. Wade will try the 3. Unable to hit it. And that's an over and back. couple of unforced errors back-to-back out of Rockford, giving them a little bit, or trying to give Grandville a little bit of life if they're able to take advantage of it right here as Heckman comes in.
The Rams looked like they were going to set up to try to run out the clock with over a minute left, but now they turned the basketball over a couple times, and the Bulldogs, now we'll see if they see the zone again, or it looks like the Rams initially going to go back to the man-to-man to close the quarter out.
Looks like just a one-quarter look out of that zone. Wade for Cam Regnerus. Heckman to the basket will get it to go. First two of the game for Corbin. Just a style of game where we've not seen quite as much of the Bulldogs senior on the floor off the bench in this one. DeKuyper putting the moves on Cowan Hybor, final 30 seconds. Lead is 14 for the Rams, DeKuyper. With 18, the Rams will look for the final shot. DeKuyper iced out there. He'll re-attack with 12 and back out with 10. Final 7, here's DeKuyper. DeKuyper turning over top of Regnerus. And we go to the final quarter, 54-40. It's been all Rockford so far. Going to take quite the final frame miracle for the Bulldogs. We'll step aside, be right back.
The 76 Diner and Truck Stop would like to invite you and your families to come and check out their diner. With locations in both Byron Center and Coopersville, they're a great place to stop before or after the game. They have a wide variety of menu choices to feed all the kids. They serve breakfast hot all day, and they're able to accommodate all of your large group needs. Their full menu is available for takeout orders, and they have online ordering at 76truckstopdiner.com.
Welcome back. Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer, fourth quarter on deck. Been all Rockford. It's going to take the quarter of the year for Grandville if they're going to make this one interesting. They're going to have to hit some shots they've just not been hitting and come up with some stops that they've not been making. I mean, just quite frankly.
Bulldogs showed some flashes more so in the third quarter than they did in the first half, but pretty much every time Grandville trying to string together a run, the Rams had an answer right away, whether it was a three to go right back and respond to what the Bulldogs had just done, or stringing together runs of their own, able to get turnovers and get out in transition.
Dogs will open the basketball here. Trying to enter down to Regnerus. Off the tip, Cam blocked from behind by Pitch and a foul. So first foul of the quarter goes quick on Lucas Pitch and will send Cam Regnerus to the stripe. That foul is just the first of the game on Lucas Pitch. He's been able to stay really clean. That's the main thing. The 4 fouls on Irwin, but besides that, Pitch and Bassman, everyone else has been working tough down low against Cam Regnerus, been able to stay clean for the most part and off the foul sheet. So good work from Cam Regnerus, able to hit them both. Cam now with 14 in the ball game, so he's up around his season average, which is just shy of 15. DeKuyper working against a little bit more aggressive three-quarter court trap out of the Bulldogs. Rams beat it. Landis just heaves it off the mark there. The board down to Neves. Look back to Coach Clough, just making the motion. Settle down after that heaved three right there. Wade off the drive, clutching, cannot score. Heckman the putback. And again, Grandville starts the quarter on a little run.
Much like the third, 4-0 run to quickly start. Force a deep three after your pressure. Slows down the Ram attack initially and then forces a deep three.
Diamond in one, pressure, 10-second violation, turnover, Grandville basketball.
The Bulldogs still kind of sneakily in this game. They've been double-digit plus deficit for a while now, but got a chance here to cut it to single digits, and with the pressure looks that they've now been throwing, the Rams have had a little bit of issues with.
Regneris. Pass to the corner, blocked. Almost took out Snooze. Grandville better make this a good game. Snooze asked me, he was looking at what games to come to. He was asked me if this is going to be a really good game, and I said, yes, it will be. It might wind up being for the conference. So we'll see if Grandville can prove me right down the stretch. Neves up top. Rebound, Heckman. That's off the mark. It's last off the pitch. It hit his back heel. The lead is 10, and Grandville's keeping the basketball.
Corbin Heckman starting to provide the edge that was missing for a while as he's playing really physical down low.
Neves lost his footing. It's going to go the other way with Bascom. Bascom to the basket, reaching around Regneris. No. To the corner, ripped away by Wade. Held ball, the alternating possession will be Rockford's. 6.5 to go, 54-44. Feels like Grandville's one more unanswered score away from making this truly interesting with where the momentum's at.
Yeah, turned it over there before they had a chance to get a shot up and really make things interesting. Got the jump ball situation. Now get a chance to reset and try to get a stop once again.
Landis for Gross. 6.5 to go, Bascom corner. Rams certainly taking their time offensively. Drake Irwin, he's working with 4 fouls. He's out there. Off the drive, Gross fouled by Carter Wade. That foul is the first on Wade, 1 on either team. And Dylan Gross to the strike. Probably the start of a lot of clutch free throw shooting that Coach Clough's going to be asking for out of his team down the stretch. And it goes. Lead stretches back to 11. 7 points now for the sophomore Dylan Gross. What a season he's had, started coming off the bench early in the year and essentially just made it so that the coaching staff couldn't ignore him too much longer with his scoring ability, and he's able to confidently hit them both here at the line. Big screen set there from Regneris. Heckman for Regneris. He hit a 3 already up top. Off the drive, just falling to the basket, trying to get contact, doesn't get the call. Here comes Poop. Irwin has it poked by Neves into the backcourt. Wade. Neves diving, crashing with Irwin. Bulldogs rip it away, and Bascom a terrific play from behind to take away what might have been an easy 2 for Carter Wade.
Wade and Neves both able to combine there, poke it free. Both of them diving on the floor. Gets batted up the floor even further and almost had a breakaway 2 there, but eventually out of bounds off the Rams and stealing a possession away. The Bulldogs still trying to break through here.
Sorokin in for Wade. Regneris for Neves. Hybor hit a couple of 3s in the third quarter. Collin off the drive, gets the rattle. 10-point game again.
After he made those couple 3s, now the offense breakthrough starting to come for Hybor. Tough runner off balance in the middle of the floor.
Grandville back to trapping in the half court right here. Gross off the stop. Irwin cannot score over top of Regneris. Board down to Neves. Grandville can get it to single digits if they score here. Neves. Hybor. Regneris. Tries the 3. Got it! Cam Regneris! Lead is 7!
Both of Regneris' 3s now. He's sized it up. He's stared the basket down. Sees the defense is not going to contest it whatsoever and says, if you're going to give it to me, I'll take it, and hits his second 3.
17 points now for Cam. And a whistle and a foul on Hybor for his second on the Bulldogs. DeYoung back in for Neves. who's been working with a trio of fouls. And now, Coach Clough has decided he's going to call a timeout out of this as he wants to settle things up a little bit. We'll stay with you through the break. Thanks, as always, to Centennial Securities and Farmers Insurance for all of their support throughout the years of MGN. All right, CT. It's 56-49, 4.5 to go. I'll be the first to tell you, I'm not sure I saw this going in this manner as it did, but just an impressive. It was a slow march back in the third quarter, and Grandville essentially upped the intensity, upped their trapping, started winning more of the 50-50 balls. Some shots started falling, and all of a sudden we got a ball game.
Yeah, I think so. 4 minutes plus to go yet here, and within striking distance now, the Bulldogs kind of felt like they were down and out at halftime. Had a couple mini runs to start the third quarter, start the fourth quarter as well, but it felt like every time they were doing so, the Rams would race right back, invest what they had just done. But now it's been an extended couple minutes where the Bulldogs have been able to really chip back. They're fully back in it, got it down to single digits, trying to get all the way back and make this one really interesting down the stretch.
And I don't think it's too much hyperbole to say the next couple possessions out of this timeout will determine it. If Rockford's able to stem the tide, able to take back over and take their advantage back out of their own timeout here, Grandville going to be in rough shape. If the Bulldogs keep it going, you never know. Grandville, a little bit of that kind of half-court zone look, the way they've been trapping, the way that the Rockford girls were trapping a little bit earlier on. Kind of a hybrid 2-3 that almost looks like a 2-1-2 look. Bascom with 4:13. Bascom to the corner for Irwin. Gross. Halfway through the final frame. Rams lead it by 7. Nearly stolen there by Sorokin. To Kuiper for Gross. Corner. Landis steps around Heckman. Off the front rim. Put back. Irwin fouled. Second of the quarter on the Bulldogs. That one goes on Cam Regneris for his third.
Irwin's been providing a presence on the glass for the Rams all night long, and right there got a fortunate bounce right down to him. He was sandwiched between Highborn and Regneris, but ball bounces right down to him, and he's able to go back up with it.
Wade, Neves, Poot all in for the respective teams. Irwin with one more to try to get some points out of this possession, but the amount of clock they killed, already a little bit of a win for Coach Clough's team. And Irwin missed them both. So the lead remains 7, and Grandville's got the basketball. Neves for Regneris. Tries another 3. That one falls short. He looked good most of the way.
Check from Regneris right there. Don't see that very often from him from beyond the arc, but after hitting 2 of them early, had some separation in the corner, thought he'd try it.
3:18 to go, and again the Rams will be methodical, as they can be. Grandville is trapping and using a zone. And the Rams have brought the clock down to just over 3 minutes. Nearly out of the reach of Irwin. Neves getting a little more aggressive defensively. Here's Poot, 2:52 to go. Masterclass of killing clock here from the Rams. Landis off the drive, reversed is good. What a finish from Andrew Landis.
Really well done in the lane, understanding the leverage, getting around the defender, then the reverse finish. Took up some time, got the lay-in, exactly what the Rams were looking for.
14 now for Landis from the mid-range. Neves unable to knock that one down. Tough pull-up look, 2:20 to go. And Rockford one extended possession away from getting close to icing this one.
At some point, the Bulldogs really going to have to turn up the aggressiveness and try to steal the ball away or commit a foul, because the Rams are going to be more than happy to run a lot of clock.
Wide open. Irwin is off the mark. Hybor is fouled on the rebound attempt. That's the second of the quarter on Rockford, 3 this quarter on Grandville. The foul's on Bascom, his second. 2:02 to go. Rams lead it by 9. Rockford looking to stay unbeaten in the OK Red. Grandville currently 2 games back. Here's a feed for Regnerus, picked up by Heckman. Tries to whip it back for Cam, stolen by DeKuyper. DeKuyper snaking around, 1:37 to go, stolen by Corbin Heckman. Heckman, stolen by Bascom. Jake Bascom, the other way, off the mark. Rejected by the rim, but it's going to be Rockford basketball. 1:24 to go. Timeout from Coach Young. We'll stay with you through this full timeout from the Bulldog coaching staff. 58-49. Grandville had their moment, but it feels like Rockford, through excellent ability to kill the clock and through a couple of terrific plays on their own end of the floor. And then, of course, they're also offensively from Landis doing what was needed, it appears, with 1:24 to go to stem the tide. And soon it's going to turn to a free throw shooting contest for Rockford, which they're pretty darn good at.
Yeah, I think they feel pretty comfortable with that, and they've done a really good job of keeping the ball out on the perimeter, wasting some clock, dribbling it out, forcing the Bulldogs to really extend their man-to-man defense as much as they can, and then once they get an open look, taking it, been eating up time, but they've also been getting the points to go with it. A lot of times you see when teams try to kill the clock, their offense goes completely non-existent and they're unable to score and keep extending their lead, which you're killing the clock at that point, but if the other team is scoring, it's really not effective. And so, but they've done a good job of kind of getting that balance where long possessions plus points limits the amount of chances the Bulldogs have to come back.
Yeah, it's, we always talk about Coach Clough's team. He always has a ton of 6' to 6'2" guards. They can shoot, they can handle, they can score, they can kill clock, they can do everything he wants. They're a well-coached team. They stay just ahead of you on the X's and O's. And even when Grandville found a little bit of an X's and O's advantage down the stretch with some of their pressure being re-upped, the Rams have certainly been able to do exactly what they need to do to kill the clock here. 1:24 to go. Rockford by 9, and the Rams have got the basketball here. Pitch for Bascom. Here comes DeYoung, and here comes the foul. That will be the 4th of the quarter on Grandville, so Rockford shooting free throws the rest of the way here. Lobbed into Bascom with 1:19. Regnerus has 3 fouls. The Bulldogs don't want him giving that foul here. Bascom stopped, and Coach Clough will burn his next timeout to keep things steady. Both coaches still a couple timeouts to work with, 1:11 to go. And I kind of wonder if that Jackson DeYoung foul, if they were looking to quite take it. I mean, it seemed like a pretty intentional foul out of him, but it was a little early for them then to chase around in the next possession.
Yeah, it looked like Young was definitely going to apply some pressure, maybe trying to trap there and try to get the turnover more than they were committing the foul. Young looked a bit surprised by the whistle there, like he wasn't going in with the intent to commit the foul there and try to send the Rams to the free throw line, because as you noted, then allowing the Rams to play it out after that, you'd expect likely would have been a foul, following it up right immediately, sending the Rams to the line instead of playing it out afterwards.
It's like a 1-point game after 3 quarters. Northview and Grand Rapids Christian in that one. Northview up over at Calvin, so that's an incredible ball game. 37-36 going on there. And the other game of the night, I would say, across West Michigan. This one maybe hasn't quite lived up to the same hype of what was expected. The Bulldogs certainly appear to be on the precipice of pulling something off down the stretch, but for the time being, Rockford looking like they're going to be able to hang on, stay undefeated, and most importantly for them, have a 2-game lead in the OK Red. Here's Irwin out of the corner. He's been working 4 fouls all quarter long and has been able to stay out there on the floor. And here's a foul on Boston Postma, who the Bulldogs have out there to be able to give some fouls. That's his first. It's the 5th on the team, and the Rams are shooting free throws, up 58-49. It's Gross at the strike. Sophomore with 8 points in the ball game. He had 9 points last game against Grand Haven in the 66-51 win there. And that one's good. Postma DeYoung will check back out. Grandville going offense for defense. Heckman and Hybor the swaps here. Gross hits 1 of 2. Dogs have got to work with some pace. They trail by 10 with a minute to go. Wade, step back 3. Good. Down the hatch for the sophomore. What a shot. Timeout, Coach Young. Or the freshman, I should say.
Carter Wade flying up the floor very quickly there. Didn't know if he was going to try to dish it off and allow an open 3 elsewhere, but able to step back himself. That gets him to double digits with that 3 right there, and a big one. Keeps the Bulldogs alive now, can extend this game a little bit more, try to really contest the inbound here and commit the foul and play it out for the final 57 seconds.
Wade had 10 points in the win over Hudsonville, 11 in the win over Grand Haven. In back-to-back games, only scored 4 against West Ottawa last time, and as Chandler said, in double digits, Grandville will set up the diamond-in-one trap right here with Cam Regneris at the head of it. 57 seconds even to go in the ballgame. 7-point lead for the Rams. Landis with 55. Finds Gross, who's over the timeline. Bascom in the corner. Dogs not fouling yet. Bascom for Gross with 45, and here's the foul. Does it get whistled on Wade or does it get whistled on Postma? It'll be on Postma. That'll be his second, and it will send Gross. So again, the Bulldogs choose to send the sophomore back to the line.
Yeah, would have had a chance in the corner. Bascom with the basketball down there and the double team on. Tried to play that one out rather than committing the foul there, and once they escaped it, fouling Gross and sends him back to the line.
Well, that is now just the second time this year that someone has scored 60 points on the Grandville Bulldogs. Guess who's done it both times with that? And they've scored 61 again. Gross will take a seat as DeKuyper comes in. 11 points now for Dylan Gross. And the Rams a little bit of pressure here trying to slow the Bulldogs' advances. Wade nearly over the head of Neves. Neves pulled on by Pitts, drives, and will go to the line. That'll be the third foul. Caden Neves, 5 points in the ball game. He averages 10.5 on the year. And he's off the mark with the first. DeYoung and Postma come back in. Neves hits 1 of 2. Here's the pressure. 6 points for Neves. And quickly, Coach Clough will whistle in that timeout with the trap immediately set up. You got a couple to burn. You might as well burn them right there. 31 seconds to go. Mostly academic right here, and mostly a what-if game for Grandville. I mean, with the way they played in the second half, if a couple more shots fall in the first, if they stop a couple more shots from falling in that first half, commit a couple fewer turnovers, potentially a much different look down the stretch. But at the end of the day, Rockford, the terrific start, and then Rockford really played this perfectly down the stretch, the way that once they got down to 7, Coach Clough said, we are going to play a little bit of stall ball. We're going to do what it takes to win the basketball game. That's all that matters, and they're doing that.
Yeah, they've been finding the right mix. They went early on. They were going quickly, able to get out and move up the floor pretty quickly, and now late in the game, it's the situational basketball, running some clock, still getting some points, and I think it's just a kind of one of the what-ifs game. It was a nightmare start for the Bulldogs, 22-9 at the end of the first quarter. I mean, you can trace the deficit right back to there, right away from the jump, and the Rams kind of holding on to it ever since then. They don't care how much they win by here. They know they trust themselves to hold on to this lead, and even though the Bulldogs have been able to chip away at it here in the second half, they're just trying to hold on.
This would stretch the Ram win streak to 13. Stolen away. Regneris gets quick 2 back. And the Bulldogs will set it up again. Into Gross again with 19. Back to pitch over the timeline to Landis. And not the guy you want to foul, but they'll have to. Lead is 6.
The clock was ticking right there, and Neves knew he had to come in and commit the foul. Only 12 seconds. Didn't have time to try to force the ball out of Landis' hands.
Landis only 14 points, only I say with air quotes, in this ball game, 15. But a guy that's been averaging 20 in his last 3, had 25 last game and playing some of his best basketball of the year. Held very quiet in the first half and has exploded down the stretch in this one. And looking for what might be the fully icing couple at the line. And he is absolutely pure on both of them. Clutch from Landis. And a foul will be the 4th on the Rams. So both teams now will be shooting some free throws after this. That's the 3rd on DeKuyper. Hybor, Wade forced to trigger from deep. Regnerus chases the rebound to Landis. That'll do it. Rockford is unbeaten still in the OK Red. The win streak goes to 13 for Coach Clough's team. They now have a 2-game lead in the OK Red. A Rams team that's been dominant all year. The score may be a little bit closer than some of their early domination in particular, but this team is really darn good, and they were able to control it start to finish tonight.
Yeah, I got off to a hot start right away and able to ride that out for the final couple quarters, and you just see they play so well on both ends of the floor, can pull the strings on either side when they have to, and really well done. Of course, Coach Clough always has his teams well coached, and you can see even though the first 5 games weren't great for the Rams, they're playing their best basketball right now. They've been perfect through the OK Red and looking to remain that way the rest of the season.
All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back with your Centennial Securities post-game show. We'll get you some stats. We'll get you some highlights. We'll hand out some awards, and we'll wrap it up. Sweep of the evening for the Rockford girls and boys. Grandville Unified got the most important win of the night, but sweep of the evening in MHSAA competition for the Rockford side. A 63-55 win in this one. Rockford still unbeaten in the OK Red as they now have a 2-game lead over the rest of the field.
The 10 winners of the Nobel Peace Prize or the last 5 Miss Americas, the point is the applause dies and the achievements are forgotten. But can you name 3 friends who helped you through tough times or teachers who encouraged you in school? We remember those who make a difference in our lives. I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. What matters to us are the personal relationships we have with our clients, helping them build a secure financial future. As a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Hey everyone, Nate from Michigan Game Night. If you haven't already, make sure to check out the MGN shop. You can find it through MichiganGameNight.com or the Michigan Game Night page on Michigan Sports Radio. Click on the Buy MGN Merch button or tab on either page and find your way on over. You can check out a store that has hats, beanies, sweatshirts, t-shirts, water bottles, and everything in between, from just simple MGN logo designs to playoff featured designs, designs with famous calls and moments from MGN, and much, much more. Make sure you check out the MGN shop through MichiganGameNight.com or MichiganSportsRadio.com/MGN.
Can you identify your number 1 personal trait? The thing that you do better than most others? If not, this may be a good time to think this through. If you're really good at writing, then why use the phone? If you're great on the phone, why use email? If you have exceptional human relation skills, why sit back and let others lead? I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities Company. Playing to our strengths is something we do very well at Centennial. And if you're already a customer, you know what I mean. If not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Welcome back back, everyone. Centennial Securities post-game show, a sweep of the evening for the Rams, 63-55, a 13-game win streak for the Rockford Rams now. They go to 15-3 on the season, and a perfect 10-0 in the OK Red. I think we went into this year, I think Hudsonville, East Kent were kind of the two front runners we talked about, with Grandville and Rockford maybe being the next two teams talked about. Well, now this Rockford team has certainly set themselves up as beyond the heavy favorite. They stay unbeaten. Now they're 2 games up of East Kentwood, 3 games up of Hudsonville and Grandville, 2 games in hand over Grandville as well, or head-to-head games in hand. It's been an impressive stretch for the Rams, and tonight they just showed a little bit more of that, CT.
Yeah, I think so. I think they traditionally have always been right there, no matter what the expectation was.
Yeah.
Coming into the season, Coach Clough has found a way to get his teams to gel and develop as the season goes along, and somehow they're always right in the mix of it, either winning it or having a hand in deciding who does, and no different this year, it seems.
All right. Excuse me, I'll hand it back over to you now for some scoring recap in this one. A high-flying win for the Rams again. Rockford has played Grandville twice. They are the only 2 games that Grandville has allowed 60-plus points in this year. I think that pretty much says it all about this team's offense.
It sure does. We'll start with the Bulldogs. Regnerus led all scorers tonight, actually, with 19 points. Wade had 10. Hybor with 8. DeYoung had 5. Heckman with 4. And Sorokin with 3 for the Rams. Landis at 16. Irwin with 15. Bascom with 9. Pitch 8. Gross had 11. Anderson with 3. And DeKuyper with 1.
All right, let's take a look at some highlights, and then we'll take you through some awards here from the second half. And we started off with one of the first highlights of the second half. Cam Regnerus, as CT just mentioned, led all scores. He had 19. A big part of it was a couple of threes that he knocked down. This was the first of 2. Neves. Hybor. Regnerus. Tries the 3. Got it! Cam Regnerus! Lead is 7. As Grandville looked to close the gap, I think I accidentally called him a sophomore instead of a freshman on the call, but it was their standout freshman, Carter Wade. He cut the gap to 7, gave Grandville just a little bit more life with about a minute to go, and Wade had a terrific game as he was in double digits in general in this one, but this shot in particular stood out. Dogs have got to work with some pace. They trail by 10 with a minute to go. Wade, step back 3, good! Down the hatch for the sophomore. What a shot. Timeout, Coach Young. And lastly, we take a look at our Farmers Insurance play of the game. This was kind of the icing bucket. It was a tough one. It was kind of a running the floor defense and offense situation. And it was Andrew Landis. He was the leading scorer for the Rams tonight. And he picked up this reverse layup off the full court run that wound up kind of really being one of the icing blows in this ball game, as Grandville had it down to 7 with about 3 minutes to go. But Landis hit a big one here at the end of a grinding long run. Getting a little more aggressive defensively. Here's Poot, 2:52 to go. Masterclass of killing clock here from the Rams. Landis off the drive, reverse is good. What a finish from Andrew Landis. So there you have it, the Farmers Insurance play of the game. Welcome back up top, Nate Dreyer, Chandler Timmer. We're sitting, catching our breaths here as we're wrapping things up on our Farmers Insurance, our Centennial Securities post-game show, and we now do go to our Centennial Securities winning game plan. You know, the way that Rockford came out is certainly big, but you have to say, the way that Coach Clough coached this game, it got down to 7. Grandville's kind of jumping you right now. They're closing. They have all the momentum. We're on the road, so what did Coach Clough decide to do? They decided to start killing 30, 40 seconds at a time. Make sure we get the good looks. Trust that our 7 points and our total that we're at right now is going to be enough to win, and it darn near pretty much was. Then eventually trust that if we kill enough clock, we'll be able to win it at the line. That's exactly what they did. A very masterfully held on to game by Rockford. They played the way better game for 2.5 quarters, and then they also closed the game for the final half of the quarter very, very effectively.
Yeah, they were down the stretch especially, but really at the end of every quarter they just continually find ways to kind of manipulate the clock in their favor. They know when to extend possessions when they had the big lead early, not to rush things. Of course, down the stretch, Coach Clough multiple times just keeping his team calm, knowing, hey, we got the lead, don't need to panic. Kind of knew what the design and what the game plan was to ride things out till the end, and knowing that they had the lead and the way that they were playing, we're going to be able to finish this one off.
And lastly, our Rainbow Grill player of the game. Rainbow Grill in Grandville open from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. Monday through Saturday. You can get half a sandwich and a side for $9.09 from 11 to 2 daily. It's wet burrito Wednesdays from 11 to 2 p.m. Rainbow Grill player of the game. A couple ways to go here. First off, Andrew Landis, the leading scorer, but a guy that dealt with a little bit of foul trouble and I think was really their motor of their original run early, and then a terrific job to deal with 4 fouls, not foul out, be able to still have an impact. Drake Irwin. I think, yes, he was not the leading scorer, but Irwin did a lot of little things. He was the motor of the original run out for the Rams in this one.
Yeah, 12 points in that first quarter, a big part of the 22-9 lead that was in the first quarter for the Rams, and it was a lot on the back of Irwin and his ability to play really physical on the defensive end, get some steals, ran out and had some transition buckets, was bringing a lot of energy for the Rams team, and early on had foul trouble kind of in the middle of the game, but as you said, able to get himself through the full, complete game and finish this one off, and a strong performance from Drake Irwin.
All right, that'll do it from Grandville here tonight. It is a Rockford sweep. I think Rockford fans maybe say that it felt a little bit like Rockford the way that their teams are able to take care of business tonight. 63-55, a 13-game win streak now for the Rockford Rams, and they have a 2-game advantage at the top of the OK Red. For Chandler Timmer, everyone at Michigan Sports Radio and MichiganGameNight.com, I am Nate Dreyer. Make sure you follow along at MI Game Night on social media to find out where exactly we're going next week. It's going to be kind of a mixed-up week schedule-wise a little bit, so make sure you keep an eye on that. The Rams pull off the sweep, and they sour things a little bit here on a big night in Grandville. We'll step aside. We'll see you next time. Thanks for tuning in to Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio.